Hello everyone, this is a compilation of all my videos for the 2023 JW Convention, Exercise Patience. I included a time key in the description if you would like to skip to a particular segment. If you make it to the end of the video without cringing, then I think you're a superhuman. Enjoy! It's convention season once again, and the governing body has blessed us with an abundance of spiritual food. Hooray! Yes, boys and girls, I have access to the full convention program now, and believe me, the cult meter will be off the chart throughout all 3 days. Today we're going to be taking a look at the first part of the convention. We have some awful talks, some short little movies, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. And don't forget, we're doing the cringe challenge, so if you cringe, you lose. And when you lose, let me know the exact moment you lost it. Smash that subscribe button, guys, hit that thumbs up, all that good stuff, and get ready for the 2023 convention.
Our convention now begins with a music video presentation.
I'm sure no classroom session in the history of education has ever gone down like this. This is what the governing body imagines school looks like. They wouldn't know since they're barely literate themselves. Oh wow man, you're so brave, sharing your homophobic stance with the rest of the class. I'm sure everyone's gonna be interested in joining your religion after this.
Recordings should not be made available for general circulation or distribution.
Oopsie daisy, how could I not share this wonderful spiritual food with the whole world?
How long has it been?
4 inches, 2 minutes. Take it or leave it.
We recognize that we live in a very wicked world. According to what we understand in the Bible, there are characteristics that are common in this world, such as individuals who are lovers of themselves, also individuals who lack self-control. Such individuals are not patient. Yet notice what one sister said. You see, can you identify with this statement? She endured many challenges throughout several decades, and she humbly asked this question: will I see the end before I die?
This is an incredibly difficult question that all JWs must eventually have to face. I mean, I can't imagine the pain of expecting something all your life and never seeing it arrive. Damn.
In verse 8 it says, "Make your hearts firm, because the presence of the Lord has drawn close." First, we're told to make our hearts firm. But then in this particular text, James says that the presence of the Lord has drawn close.
It's not a very comforting passage, man, when, James wrote this almost 2,000 years ago, and he was also convinced he was living near the presence of Jesus.
That circumstance is very difficult for us today. We are living in Christ's presence.
That makes no sense. James treated Christ's presence as synonymous with the second coming. I mean, if we were really in Christ's presence, we would have seen Armageddon by now, don't you think?
Very soon, Jesus Christ will take over this world. We want to be in eager expectation, which means that there's a need for us to be patient even more so today than our faithful brothers in the first century. We cannot be patient without Holy Spirit.
So I guess all the Buddhists, Muslims, and atheists of this world are going around cutting into lines and being impatient assholes? Because they're not part of your religion? Get used to this, guys. This convention is packed with silly ass statements like this. Now we get some words from our Lord Mark Sanderson. We haven't seen him in a while since that video a few months ago where he practically begged young people to volunteer as elders. But our dear friend has returned and he looks as voluptuous as ever. Mark basically rambles on for 5 minutes about the definition of patience, which of course in typical infantilizing fashion he must describe in minute detail. It's such a complicated word that our unanointed asses fail to comprehend without his help.
Speaking for the governing body, I can say that this will be an excellent program for all of us to enjoy. We'll benefit from over 40 talks, as well as videos, a dramatic Bible reading, and a 2-part feature-length drama. And all of this is designed to build us up and to help us endure the remaining days of this old world.
Then he mentions that the governing body loves you very much and that the end is very near.
And know that we on the governing body love you all and continue to pray that you will keep on patiently enduring to the end.
Then Mark just disappears, probably to go look for some leftover snacks on his fridge. Next, the Steve Harvey we ordered from Witch.com rambles on for 5 more minutes, giving us a preview of the talks to come, as if we couldn't just look at the program right in front of us. This convention was made to help us develop patience, but the speakers sure seem to test that patience to the very limit.
It is my confidence that in 54 hours you will say, this was the best one yet.
You say that about every new convention, and they're all as mediocre as the last one. Next, we get a speaker who has just as much charisma as a sack of potatoes. Just look at him. He can barely stay awake himself.
Solomon acknowledged that until mankind is granted everlasting life, there is a time to die.
Yeah, this moment seems like a perfect time to die, honestly. Could we just watch some movies, please? Oh, yay! Uncle Tony answered my prayers.
I wish I was a grown-up already.
Do you? There's so much to learn in becoming a grown-up.
I hate waiting. Can't Jehovah just make me grow up faster?
No, kid. Jehovah can only do the opposite, turn you back into a baby. But you might be reborn into some poor Middle Eastern family though.
Good things take time to grow. Jehovah made us to live forever. He put eternity in our hearts.
Normal parent, don't talk like this.
August. Take a look at these trees. They were already big when your mom and I were your age. But the stream is watering them, making them grow stronger and taller. I know you want to grow up, and you'll get there. Just walk with Jehovah and enjoy the journey.
Dad. Dad. Have you seen my ball?
Blind ass kid.
Thanks.
Growing up, August felt like he didn't have any friends in the congregation.
Oh my god, this is so corny.
But recently, he's been using his time to cultivate a friendship with Ben.
Hey, Ben.
Good kid, new to the congregation. I can't shake the feeling things have been tough for him at home for a long time. They've got a great group of friends. Harlan, Chantel, and Mallory. She's applied for SKE a number of times, but hasn't been invited yet.
Damn, is that her whole personality? Girl who hasn't been accepted into the School for Kingdom Evangelizers? Maybe she should apply for the NBA instead.
Funny. It can be so easy to size up everybody else's life, except your own.
Bah.
It's been years since I've lost my privileges. Brothers, I completely understand the decision. And I fully support it.
Savior, we know that you can serve again someday.
Will I ever be useful again?
The hell? Will I ever be useful again? What kind of message is Watchtower trying to send here? That if you don't have congregation privileges, you're not useful to God? First, this man was spiritually emasculated in front of his elder buddies. Now he's made to feel like a failure because he's not an unpaid cleric. Best life ever, folks.
Well, how did we deepen our love for Jehovah? Deepen our roots and our love for him?
By constantly pushing down your doubts about God with Watchtower propaganda?
Well, by doing two things common with any friendship. First, by having regular communication. We talk to Jehovah, pour out our hearts to him in prayer, and we listen to him by reading his word, the Bible, every day.
Communication requires two people talking to each other. A relationship with Jehovah is like talking to the wind, but at least you can actually feel the wind in your hair or in your bald head. Bad illustration.
So although we're sinful, it says that Jehovah is ready to forgive. Now, being ready means that he's prepared.
Thank you for defining the word ready. You're such a precious little thesaurus.
I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Governing body.
He knows we're going to make mistakes, and he's prepared for it. But did the verse stipulate the frequency or type of sins that Jehovah would forgive? No. Even if we commit a serious sin, Jehovah patiently waits until there's a basis to grant forgiveness and then returns or restores his friendship with us.
Unless you picked up sticks on the Sabbath, then you're absolutely fucking screwed, mate.
Well, wouldn't we want these strong friends now? Won't we want them even more so during the Great Tribulation to come? No. Friends on social media are like plastic trees. It's true. They don't take time to really develop or to grow, but they don't provide the protection, support, and love that we need.
So, Jehovah is like a plastic tree as well? He kind of just stands there as his friends cry out in pain? I find it so rich that this dude's entire talk is telling us how to make good friends. But when you're only allowed to become friends with another JW, that makes it 10 times harder to find friends. Okay, we need another movie break.
Everything okay?
It's Ben. He's been ignoring me. What did I do?
I guess he just doesn't want to talk to you, man.
Maybe you didn't do anything. Ever think he may be dealing with something? You know, he may need a friend. More than ever. Even if it doesn't seem like it. Take a look at Proverbs 17:17.
I don't know about you guys, but my parents never asked me to look up Bible verses in casual conversations. Is this what the governing body imagines how father and son conversations should go? Tony Morris was the only one with children. The rest of the governing body have never been parents, which is probably a good thing. I don't think this world can contain the son of Stephen Lett. Bro, just quote the text. We've all read that proverb 1,000,000 times.
A true friend shows love at all times. At all times.
Except if you're disfellowshipped. Whoever wrote that proverb forgot to add that little disclaimer in the text.
A true friend is a brother born for times of distress and shows patience when it's hard to understand a friend's actions. It can be easier to make a friend than to keep a friend. That takes patience and time.
Hey.
Hey, great to see you.
Hey, listen. I really wanted to say thank you.
Don't even worry about it. Ready to play?
Ready?
Are they playing basketball with worldly kids, or are all these guys Jehovah's Witnesses? Are all of them SKE rejects as well?
Our publications give us so many helpful tools to make good friends.
The publications help you make great friendships? Yeah, if you mean severely limiting your pool of potential friends to only Jehovah's Witnesses who are in good standing, meaning those who attend all their meetings, then yes, my dude, Watchtower is the ultimate friendship guru.
Your patience will be worth it. The result, you and your true friends will be happy, and you'll live longer than all the trees on the planet.
In my world, everyone's a pony, and they all eat rainbows and poop butterflies.
Spiritual growth, like physical growth, takes time. It can't be controlled, forced, or even sped up.
This dude barely opened his mouth and he's already talking nonsense. Are you sure physical growth can't be sped up? Have you ever heard of steroids? And I'm guessing that by spiritual growth, you don't mean the cultivation of qualities such as love and faith, right? No, when Watchtower talks about spiritual growth, they refer to acquiring privileges in theocratic service, becoming a pioneer, attending SKE, becoming an elder, all that good stuff. And that can definitely be sped up. You can become an elder or ministerial servant faster by having the right connections in the congregation. Hell, I've even seen cases of full-blown nepotism. What a bunch of nonsense.
Now, as much as I'm sure you agree with that fact,
I don't.
Number one, help your student to examine his motives. If not careful, a student could be studying the Bible with a little bit of a selfish motive. Maybe just to simply gain more and more knowledge, or to gain the approval of others.
How are those selfish motives to study the Bible? I guess wanting to gain knowledge is selfish now, and don't you dare do anything to gain the approval of your loved ones. Selfish motherfuckers.
And finally, number 4, let your student make his own decisions. If we impose our decisions on our Bible student, that would be like a farmer who impatiently grabs onto a young stalk of grain and pulls up on it, as if that would make it grow faster. That would be ridiculous.
What? Jehovah's Witnesses are totally encouraged to pressure their Bible students to submit to Watchtower rules. We saw that in the Jade and Nita series. Jade has a boyfriend, she's pressured to dump him. Jade smokes a little weed, that's from the devil. She celebrates Christmas with her mother. Oh hell no, you're not getting baptized until you cut that shit. A few conventions ago, we saw even a more blatant example of manipulation, where a young student from Bolivia is coerced by her Bible teacher to change her clothing style because it did not fit with Watchtower standards.
Lydia was a young woman who was very interested in spiritual things. But just like anyone that does not study the Bible, she had habits that were not pleasing to Jehovah. Her manner of dress was not appropriate. She wore tight clothing and very short skirts. How did we correct that? By showing her in the Bible that women should dress with modesty and soundness of mind. It was not easy, but she did it. After that, when she attended meetings, she looked like one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yikes. If it wasn't for the undue influence that JW Bible teachers apply on their students, no one would be getting baptized. Watchtower absolutely forces people to grow spiritually through constant pressure and guilt tripping. If the students don't submit to Watchtower standards after some time has passed, the Bible study is discontinued. So much for letting students grow on their own.
We can't get frustrated with ourselves. That's not going to help. We must remember we have to be patient. Spiritual growth takes time.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to not grow impatient with yourself when the governing body implies that you're useless without privileges.
Will I ever be useful again?
Now we're gonna get to one of the cultiest lines in this convention. Brace yourself.
Patiently wait on Jehovah to provide clarification when we struggle to accept a certain Bible teaching. Now, why is that the mature thing to do? Well, Matthew 24, verse 45 says that Jehovah appointed a channel to provide spiritual food at the proper time. Now, I'm sure we would all agree that babies don't care that there's a proper time for food. Babies demand food on their timetable. In contrast, we show our spiritual maturity when we take in spiritual food from Jehovah's channel on Jehovah's timetable.
Oh boy, you know what time it is. Holy Kool-Aid. Let me rephrase what this man just said. Spiritual maturity means accepting whatever batshit crazy doctrine the governing body pulls out of their anointed ass, but not accepting the batshit insane's teachings means you are a baby. You heard that right, guys. Apparently being skeptical means you are a fucking incompetent, babbling baby.
When we take in spiritual food from Jehovah's channel,
is now the only proof that you are not a baby. If you don't have this
spiritual food,
people will think you wear diapers and cry all the time. Everybody will think you sleep in a crib and drink from a bottle if you don't have one of these. And whenever you speak, all people will hear is goo goo and gaga.
Now we go back to our Space Jam knockoff.
In the following dramatization, notice why patience is needed as we endeavor to grow spiritually.
We all face obstacles to spiritual growth.
Foul. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Foul. Oh man, that was clean. That was a foul. That was a foul!
My dad's angry. I'm angry. I want to change. I just feel stuck. I'm just like him.
I'm really sorry, Ben. But you don't have to be like him. You can choose who you're going to be.
It just feels like I'm losing a battle.
You know, my dad always says, you're not losing as long as you're trying. Be patient with yourself. It will take time, but you can do it. You already have an idea of what's at the root of your struggle.
This blonde dude is just as monotone as his dad. I'm surprised Ben didn't fall asleep on him.
Each time you lose your temper, write down what happened, how you could have reacted better, and why. Proverbs 16:32. The one slow to anger is better than a mighty man.
I mean, these tips are all good and fine, but it's nothing you can't find on any self-help book. It's basic journaling. So much for divine wisdom.
Slow to anger. worry about, man. Sorry about that.
You really kept your cool out there. Good job.
I'm sorry I have to nitpick so much, guys, but can't Watchtower get a hold of better people to write the dialogues for this? Humans don't talk like this. Why is this girl talking to Ben like she would talk to a potty trained puppy? Oh, you did so good out there, Ben. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? I mean, Watchtower has improved their cinematography so much. Some of these shots are actually really good. But why is their dialogue still absolute trash? This girl could have said, "Great game today, Ben," or something more natural, and that would have still carried out the point. No wonder SKE doesn't want you, girl. You never learned how to speak like a normal human being.
What about you? Is there a particular weakness you've been struggling with?
Does a crippling addiction to gay midget porn count? No, I'm just kidding, guys.
Just get to work.
This next speaker is so incredibly boring. I'm just gonna skip over him. He basically tells us that reaching spiritual privileges takes a long time and that you should not give up on your goals. Profound wisdom right there. But we do get to the finale of our exciting Ben 10 movie.
I'm moving. That's great. Thank you. You know, SK might happen someday, but I'm really excited to be serving where the need is great now.
Please tell me, is there more to this girl than her SKE dreams? We've seen her multiple times now and we know nothing about her.
It's amazing how you can knock on one door for so long and Jehovah opens another.
Oh, just shut up, man.
We have one last announcement. We're happy to announce that Brother Ben Leal has been appointed as a ministerial servant.
Oh, please tell me you're not jealous of this kid becoming an elder assistant. Come on.
See you tonight, Mom. Dad.
Enjoy Kingdom Ministry School. What is important is not our time, but Jehovah's time. What I want may not be what Jehovah knows I need. The assembly had a lot of great parts today.
He probably doesn't remember a single speech given from the platform.
Thank you for your part.
I didn't have a part.
I'm not talking about up there. I mean your example. Your concern for others, how you contribute in any way you can, and how you always make time for Jehovah, for me, and for Mom. Yeah, you had a part. Today, when they talked about helping others, the whole time, you know the one person I was thinking about? It's you. You helped me grow spiritually. You never stopped helping me.
And while we're waiting to reach our goals, let's be grateful for the opportunity, the time, to grow spiritually.
So yeah, what did you think of this movie, guys? I'm gonna be honest, aside from the absolutely atrocious shit dialogue, I thought it was not too bad. The shots were decent and there were some practical lessons here. If you don't have congregation privileges, don't sweat it. Concentrate on improving yourself so you can grow spiritually first. I mean, it's not bad advice. I just wish Watchtower would remain consistent in their application of this lesson, because they go from encouraging their members that don't have any privileges to tearing them down if they're not performing enough.
Well, it's your responsibility to work hard to meet the scriptural qualifications for ministerial servants and later for elders.
And we know that some congregations can be really brutal towards men that don't have privileges at a certain age. So I sincerely hope Watchtower can be more compassionate towards its members that don't have privileges, so they're not crushed by the guilt of not doing enough for Jehovah. But I really doubt the governing body is gonna go easy on anyone, especially in the future when more men are leaving the organization. So this series was fine. I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 10 in the cult meter. Oh wait, I thought that was the ending. Why were people clapping?
Hello?
Hi, Xavier. After the circuit overseer's visit this week, the elder body has some good news for you. Could the CO and I meet with you before the meeting?
No! Watchtower, why didn't you end the video 10 seconds ago? You fucking peanuts. You just threw your lesson out of the window. So all this talk about spiritual growth was not actually to become a better person. It was all done to gain a title in the congregation. Oh.
Though we must patiently wait for the new world, it will not delay. It will come at God's appointed time.
That phrase is absolutely meaningless. Hey guys, guess what? I'm gonna do a face reveal on God's appointed time.
Got him! And these wicked last days will soon come to their end.
There is an ongoing need for volunteers at Bethel or on theocratic construction projects.
Of course there is. I just noticed that this guy really looks like Elliot from Breaking Bad. Except instead of founding a multi-billion-dollar company, he performs unpaid labor for a cult. Minor difference. Ooh, now we get a dramatic Bible reading from Daddy Splane himself. Last time we had David on the channel, he was spewed absolute nonsense about the formation of the biblical canon. Go check it out, we absolutely destroyed his talk. I can't wait to see how he butchers the David story with his own speculative ideas.
Do you face ridicule, opposition, or persecution?
No, David, and neither do you. I mean, except maybe for ridicule. We probably get a lot of that from YouTube, but that's totally on you.
Are you trapped in a difficult situation in which there seems to be little you can do to change your circumstances? If so, you are not alone. The Bible tells us that David experienced these things. Let's consider 3 events that occurred during that period in his life. The first happened in the wilderness of En-Gedi, a place of rough mountains, honeycombed with roomy caves. King Saul, consumed with envy and hatred, chased after David, intent on killing him. Then came a surprising and unexpected situation.
Let's read about it.
Splane now reads the Bible story where David is a fugitive hiding in caves and Saul happens to enter into a cave unprotected because he has to take a massive shit. David has the chance to kill him, but he doesn't because Saul is still Jehovah's anointed or something, even though Saul just massacred an entire village of priests.
Didn't David have good reason to kill him? Saul was out of control. He had killed priests at Nob and wiped out the city, men, women, children, animals.
And David has already killed thousands of men before anyways? Whoops. What practical lesson can we get from this bloodbath?
David didn't listen to his men. Instead, he took advantage of the situation to show that he wasn't a rebel and that he didn't seek revenge for Saul's unfair and cruel treatment. That took self-restraint. It also required faith. Faith that Jehovah would correct matters in his own time and way.
How in the world did Saul not notice David cutting off his robe? He must have been taking some heavenly dump.
His thinking is reflected not only in what he said to Saul, but also in what he wrote in Psalm 57. Verse 3 of that psalm says, Jehovah will send help from heaven and save me. He will frustrate the one snapping at me.
Why didn't Jehovah save the 85 priests of Nob and their families from the wrath of Saul? I don't know. I guess the priests didn't have plot armor like David did.
We at times may find it difficult to exercise patience, especially when we're suffering unjustly. Often, we can do little to change things. But what if an easy way out presents itself? We should be like David, who first considered Jehovah's viewpoint. Sometimes we should act, but sometimes it's best to wait for Jehovah to correct matters in his due time.
Like when a child is abused in your congregations? I mean, that's what you directed people to do. Leave it in Jehovah's hands instead of, going to the police. So the governing body is the one who decides when you should fix problems and when you should just toss your hands in the air and do nothing. Is your government oppressing you? Wait on Jehovah. Did you suffer an injustice at the hands of the elders? Leave it to Jehovah. Did you catch your brother going out unchaperoned? Oh, hell no. Go and snitch to the elders.
Let's read what happened after Saul left the cave.
You know the story, guys. David comes out of the cave and confronts Saul, telling him how he should stop being such a meanie and stop chasing him around the mountains. And Saul is like, oh yeah, David, you're so cool. But he still hunts him down for a few months? Alright.
One situation angered him so much, he nearly acted in a way that would have had terrible consequences.
Let's read about it.
Next we get the story of Nabal, a drunk bastard who didn't give David any food even though David's men had been protecting his sheep from robbers. So David is like, I'ma end his drunk ass. And then Abigail, being a normal woman not wanting to die, bribes David with food and stops him from murdering her entire family. Good thing Nabal was not a Moabite or an Amorite, because David would have been completely justified in destroying his village and keeping all his stuff, according to Jehovah.
This was wrong. Nabal was a despicable man, but while David deserved compensation for the protection he'd given to Nabal, he had no legal right to Nabal's property. And there was absolutely no reason to murder an Israelite brother and his entire household.
David had already killed thousands of Philistine men, and he slept just fine. The only difference this time was that Nabal was an Israelite, and killing him was apparently a big no-no? Give me a break.
Abigail reminded David of these important truths. Jehovah would correct the wrong, and David should not avenge himself. Her appeal mirrored David's reason for not going against Saul at En-Gedi. Perhaps she'd learned about how David had spared Saul's life in the cave.
The Bible does not say that.
Abigail's message? Be patient. Let Jehovah sort things out in his own time and way. About 10 days later, Jehovah struck Nabal, and he died. Afterward, Abigail became David's wife.
Why is Abigail treated like property here? Oh, Jehovah just killed my husband. I guess I absolutely have to belong to another man now. She's just being passed around like an old Nintendo game.
He recognized that Jehovah would deal with Saul. Once again, he waited on Jehovah to correct the situation.
Next, David has another opportunity to kill Saul, but he lets him go. Why? Because Saul was still Jehovah's anointed.
Life was stressful for David during the years he lived as a fugitive, but he never became impatient with Jehovah, and he did what he could under the circumstances. As he was living among the Philistines, for example, David seized the opportunity to protect Israel by attacking the nation's enemies.
That's a huge understatement, Splane. 1 Samuel 27 tells us that David lived among the Philistines for 1 year and 4 months, and he systematically destroyed entire villages, including women and children, and stole all their livestock for himself and his men. David was a full-blown terrorist. What a beautiful biblical example. Am I right?
When we face difficulties, we too can make the best of our situation by doing what we can, confident that Jehovah will bring relief at the best possible time. Eventually, David did become king, and he reigned for 40 years. Toward the end of his life, he wrote Psalm 37.
Daddy's Splane conveniently leaves out decades of David's life which were absolute shit. Like how David steals Uriah's wife, and this causes Jehovah to basically curse him and his entire family for life. His unborn baby is killed, his son Amnon gets into some Sweet Home Alabama shenanigans with his sister, ripping the entire family apart, and his son Absalom tries to take the throne from David. Read the text for yourself. David's story is not kid-friendly at all. Yeah, I guess there are some practical lessons to be salvaged from this saga if you sanitize the story with ammonia and leave out all the nasty bits. So let's see, Daddy Splane, what practical lessons can we learn from this beautiful Bible story?
Keep silent before Jehovah and wait expectantly for him.
So that was the lesson of this 30-minute talk? Wait on Jehovah to fix things on his due time?
I wait silently for God. The need to wait on Jehovah, that Jehovah would correct matters in his own time. It's best to wait for Jehovah to correct matters in his due time. Jehovah would correct the wrong. Let Jehovah sort things out in his own time. Once again, he waited on Jehovah to correct the situation.
You know how impractical this is? Waiting on Jehovah means throwing your hands in the air and refusing to fix things yourself. Waiting on Jehovah means doing absolutely nothing. So if someone is abusive to us, should we just wait until Jehovah gives them a heart attack like he did with Nabal? What if you are a spouse suffering domestic abuse? Should we just wait on Jehovah? These three words are not just unpractical, they can be outright dangerous under certain circumstances. Watchtower loves pulling this phrase out of their ass because it creates compliance among their members. If there's something wrong with the organization, or if there's an abuse within the congregation, Jehovah's Witnesses are discouraged from trying to correct the situation. They should just sit down and take it like good, obedient sheep. David Splane's Storytime just turned out to be another reminder to obey and comply. What a surprise! But, well, at least the artwork was nice.
Don't ask questions, just consume product.
Let's play a game now. David versus David. How do they stack against each other? King David was a beautiful man, a powerful warrior, and loved by a lot of people. David Splane is the human equivalent of Golem. He would probably lose against Hasbullah in a fistfight and is ridiculed by thousands in the internet. King David killed literal giants, supposedly, but the only thing that Splane has managed to kill is my brain cells. King David became the ancestor of Jesus himself. Splane never passed on his blood to a new generation. I mean, this is not a competition at all. The winner is David Splane, because the King David from the Bible will never make it into heaven because he was born before Christ, so that makes David Splane superior to him. Sorry, David from the Bible, you're not gonna be riding any heavenly chariots anytime soon. The final talk of Friday morning is just the usual JW apologist explaining why Jehovah hasn't ended the system, even though he sees every moment of suffering imaginable. And the speaker blinks a lot for some reason.
Soon, the era of this system of things will have reached its full measure. Why is Jehovah taking so long?
Jehovah is not indifferent. His love is the exact reason why he's waiting so patiently.
So Jehovah continues to allow suffering out of love? Oh yeah, but 2,000 years of watching from the sidelines, but apparently he's gonna act very soon.
Our goal is to save as many people as possible before the end of this system of things comes.
Throughout his entire existence, Jesus has provided a living example of patience. Well, in the following video, note how an older brother becomes a living example of patience and humility as he kindly helps another brother to trust Jehovah and imitate the patience of Jesus.
What was it again? Did the LDC say they were going to provide us with some more direction?
Yeah, they said they would address these needs in the best way possible, but that may take some time. We can solve this now.
Well, there is another problem that needs your attention right now. Maybe you can help me with it. It's good to see someone out to be a help.
Look at all these beautiful people performing unpaid labor for Watchtower.
Here we go.
Winston should have been eating watermelons in paradise by now, not playing Bob the Builder in the Kingdom Hall with his busted back.
You know, we just did this. You look away for a minute, and they spring up again.
Gardening, you know, is hard work. It takes time and patience.
Seems like I have little of either lately.
Let me ask you something. When you picture Jesus, what do you see?
This.
A mighty king in heaven.
Yes, yes. On the white horse with his bow in hand.
Just thinking about that image for a few seconds makes you realize how silly it all is. I mean, why would an immortal king of the universe want to ride a pony? Or why would he use a bow and arrow? If the King of Peace is in the business of war crimes, why wouldn't he use more sophisticated weapons like a machine gun or military aircraft? Silly humans and their heavenly dreams.
Jesus has a power and the desire to do so much. But he waits until his Father gives the word. He had to wait a long time to become king of God's kingdom. And he still waits to rescue us.
Yeah, you're right.
What the hell is taking Jesus so long? Jesus let 2 world wars come and go without moving a finger. I don't think he's coming down anytime soon. He's probably adjusting his bow or something.
Jehovah's way is always the best way.
You already said that, old man. You need to go get yourself checked.
It's okay to wait if you're waiting on him. But in the meantime, we always have weeds to pull.
Was that supposed to be a joke of some sort?
The temperature felt good today.
Yes, Winston. This was definitely better than my quick fix.
True, Thomas. The project was a success.
I guess the lesson in all of this is listen to Watchtower's direction, even if it makes no sense, because they know more about air conditioning than you do.
But we needed to be patient.
Yeah, I guess waiting for Armageddon your entire life does help you to build up patience, but I would rather learn patience from doing anything else, like, like playing chess or knitting or doing crafts, whatever.
I guess it was worth the wait. You know, Winston, ever since I've known you, you've always been so patient. What's your secret?
A lot of practice.
Really? I imagined you were always this way.
I can assure you that is not the case.
Tell me more.
Well, here's the thing about
I wonder if we're gonna learn more about Winston's backstory, or if he was just another disposable NPC in this series. Probably the latter.
Did you catch the wise words of our brother Winston in his beautiful accent? He said, Jesus has the power and desire to do so much, but he waits until his Father gives the word. Jehovah's way is always the best way. It's okay to wait if you're waiting on him. We trust that our Heavenly Father, the God of justice, will judge matters righteously.
Is he about to say in his due time?
In his due time.
Yep.
Trust Jehovah enough to wait on him. Imitate the patience of Jesus. And never, ever give up.
Damn, that line delivery was kind of sad. It sounds like a man who is on the verge of giving up. Like he's trying to convince himself to hold on to this flimsy paradise fantasy. The next speaker tells us how imitating the example of Abraham and Sarah will help us develop patience. I wonder what a fictitious desert nomad can teach us about life in the 21st century.
So the Bible provides many examples of persons we can imitate, persons whose faith and patience enabled them to wait on Jehovah to fulfill his promises for them. But what did Jehovah ask Abraham and Sarah to do? He told them to pack everything up, to leave their home, leave their relatives, and go to a new assignment, and he didn't even tell them where. Now think about it. Jehovah told this to Abraham in a special way. Sarah had to learn it from Abraham. Have you ever wondered how that conversation went?
Yeah, she probably wondered if the desert sun had caused Abraham to start hearing voices in his head.
But now here's a question. Is it realistic for a married couple today to imitate the faith and patience of Abraham and Sarah?
No, because Abraham did not actually act out in faith, at least in the way faith works for us. Having faith is believing in something despite the lack of evidence. Abraham in the Bible story had abundant evidence of God's existence. Hell, he even enjoyed direct communication with Jehovah himself, a privilege that no modern Christian can claim to have. That's why trying to extract practical lessons from Bible stories is so silly. These Bible characters were so incredibly overpowered, and they talked directly with God. Nothing to do with people living today.
Well, let's talk with Kurt and Christine Zatkowski, who currently serve as construction servants in southern New Jersey. So, Christine, one day back in 2007, you and Kurt were both working full-time. You owned a home, you owned a business, you had cars and financial security. And what did Kurt come home one day and say?
That he wanted to get rid of everything and pioneer.
Damn, I want to have whatever this guy was smoking.
And what did you say?
Honestly, I laughed, and I asked him if he was serious, but he was very serious.
I'm sure that was a shock. So, Kurt, what was going on? What did you do after this response?
Well, once that initial shock wore off, we talked about it, we prayed about it, and we decided to act quickly. Because we knew that if we waited for the perfect circumstances, things would likely never change.
No, you acted quickly because you were aware that you're taking a brash decision. Gambling your life's work away for a pipe dream.
So we immediately started simplifying and auxiliary pioneering, and shortly after that, we began regular pioneering. Now our family was focused on spiritual goals.
So what blessings have you experienced as a result of making these changes?
Well, pioneering together has been more enjoyable than we could have ever imagined, and that led to additional blessings.
Oh, I wonder what those blessings will be. Will it be clear divine intervention like happened with Abraham, or just some mundane stuff that can happen to literally anyone?
For example, in all of our travels, we've met amazing people throughout the whole branch territory, and they have become part of our spiritual family.
Yeah, and another cherished blessing was that in 2015 we were able to attend SKE, and the school really helped us with our trust and our reliance on Jehovah so that we would be able to have patience for the challenges that would be in our assignments ahead.
Well, thank you for highlighting that.
So, you sacrificed your financial stability for the opportunity to meet more people and for the bragging rights of having attended SKE? That's so lame. Watchtower loves telling the Abraham story because it promotes blind obedience. Sacrifice everything you have for Watchtower and you will be rewarded. I mean, Abraham was willing to sacrifice his own son because of the voices in his head. He was an absolute tool. The perfect example for believers who are expected to obey everything Watchtower orders them to do. It's quite sickening.
We moved to California to start our first LDC assignment.
Yeah, and then from California, we went to Texas, to Pennsylvania, to Florida, back to New York, back to Pennsylvania, and now back to New Jersey with many small moves in between.
And you're going to tell me you lived in tents too?
No tents, but we didn't always know where we would live in all of those locations, so it took patience waiting to see how Jehovah was going to work it out.
Now this couple is being dragged around the United States to perform free labor for their overlords. Don't get me wrong, there is beauty in sacrificing your comfort to perform volunteer work for others. Whoever does it has my huge respect. But when this volunteering is done to enrich a corporation which constantly lies to you, it's not just volunteering anymore, it's slavery.
I agree. In fact, we don't consider anything that we gave up to be a sacrifice at all. They actually turned out to be upgrades.
You serious?
Thank you both for your expressions.
You know, I wish the governing body would follow Abraham's example themselves, just pack all their shit up and move to the desert so they can stop ruining so many lives. And if they're feeling extra faithful, they could even circumcise each other for bonus points.
Bah.
Now this dude in the white suit's gonna tell us why being a Jehovah's Witness is the best way of life.
Living this way has really shown me that by being patient with Jehovah, living by his standards, he will not fail to be late to provide exactly what I need at the right time.
Thank you so much, Ramsey. Appreciate it.
Damn, by the end he was rapid firing Watchtower talking points like a robot. The next speaker talks about two Bible characters which are a bit more obscure, Esther and Mordecai, and we get a truly bizarre video that's supposed to be related to this topic. We get the story of Brother Klaus, a white brother living in 1920s Tulsa, who went out looking for his black friend after hearing reports of violence in the city. Just for some context, this happened right after the Tulsa Race Massacre, in which a black neighborhood known as Greenwood was looted and burned down by a mob. Martial law was declared, the National Guard was brought in, and the black population was detained in the convention hall. It was a really violent episode of US history. A really horrible incident, but just watch what this genius Klaus does in the middle of all this violence.
So, Brother Klaus headed back into downtown Tulsa.
The National Guard had been called in and had placed General Barrett in charge, and he decided that no black person could leave the convention hall without a signed order. So Brother Klaus patiently waited to see the general and explained that he just wanted to help his friend. After Brother Klaus agreed to be responsible for the family, the general signed the order.
But then Brother Klaus had to walk through a mob of armed white men to get into the convention hall.
It happened to be the same location that just 2 nights before, Judge Rutherford had delivered the talk, "Millions now living will never die."
But Brother Klaus courageously walked up to the guard, handed him the signed order, and was let in. Now, the auditorium was filled with black people who must have been very puzzled to see a white man. But Brother Klaus calmly walked through the crowd, met Brother Hill and his family, and took them back to their home.
In the auditorium, Brother Klaus overheard people say, "Now look at that. They're the only religious group to go to the general and get a release for their people. You know, we're in the wrong religion, I'm thinking." Brother Klaus showed patience and discernment, and he was able to help a brother in danger.
And in his weekly newspaper column, Brother Hill continued to echo the message of Brother Rutherford's talk that God's kingdom is the solution to all of the world's problems, including mob violence.
Wait, let me get this straight. So you just heard reports of black folks being massacred out in the streets, and you try to help them out by taking your friend out of the convention grounds into the streets full of angry white men? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, holding all those people against their will in the building was harsh, but they were literally being killed in the streets. This is the most stupid thing Klaus could have done. Might as well just took out a gun and shot his friend right in the convention hall. And what does this have to do with the story of Esther and Mordecai? Who approved this script? I really feel like a Karen right now because I want to speak to the manager of whoever wrote this shit.
Brother Klaus was patient, he was discreet, but he was willing to take action at the appropriate time. Just like Mordecai and Esther, he was willing to risk his life in order to protect a fellow believer of Jehovah.
No, this dude risked the life of his friend by trying to be the hero of the day. What an awful story. This next speaker really looks like a ghost, and he sounds like one too.
Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah, Jacob and Rachel, Elkanah and Hannah, Boaz and Ruth. What do these famous Bible characters have in common?
That they probably never existed.
I'm a ghost!
Next we get this video of a Jehovah's Witness from Angola that withstood years of prison for his faith. Watchtower sure loves to use the suffering of African brothers to promote loyalty to the brand, right?
Brother Mankoka also had the opportunity to help others to get to know the truth. And one of them is my uncle, Philip Cunha. He was in that jail as a political prisoner, and he learned the truth there. And as a result, 4 generations of our family today are Jehovah's Witnesses.
I always feel a certain type of dread when I hear of entire families falling into this cult because of one of their great uncles decided to embrace it. It's not easy breaking free from this religion when your family has been in it for generations.
What will help you and I to endure the persecution that we may face in the future?
That we may face in the future? I thought persecution was a guaranteed part of the Great Tribulation. That's gonna happen any second now. Well, hopefully when you're hiding in your basement, you don't get someone like Brother Klaus to take you out into the streets.
Thank you, brothers, for showing how we can imitate those Bible examples.
Can you ask a question of a fish? Can you ask a question of a tree? Well, you might say, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, not as crazy as the rest of the shite we're about to witness.
But now, right at the beginning, let's be clear. Plants and animals don't know about Jehovah and his qualities. Job 35:11 says that Jehovah teaches us more than the beasts of the earth. He makes us wiser than the birds of heaven.
No. You're saying Stephen Lett is wiser than the birds? I've never heard a bird spew out a failed end times prediction. The governing body is clear proof that we evolved from apes. We're all animals here. Hairless apes with existential dread.
Jehovah designed plants to respond to their environments.
Yeah, that's how organisms work.
This is big brain time.
Is there a lesson here for us?
Jehovah made plants to respond to their environment at the right time. We respond to evidence that these are the last days. And we focus on the source of spiritual light. Jesus said, "Likewise also you, when you see all these things, know that he is near at the doors."
Well, that escalated quickly. Panda to Watchtower, do you hear me? Hey, Watchtower, guess what? We are not plants. So because plants react to their environment, we should go straight to our closest indoctrination centers to remind ourselves the world's about to end. Also, isn't Jesus supposed to be your light? You know, because you're Christians? It's crazy how Watchtower can take something as innocent as a sunflower and use it to promote loyalty to themselves. They really are masters of manipulation.
What do we see now? Well, it's interesting that for centuries, Jesus' disciples had to be patient. They had to watch and wait for the sign. But we are in a different situation. The time for waiting is past because we see every aspect of the sign being fulfilled. Wars, famine, disease, all on an unprecedented global scale.
Throw this buffoon into the time machine. Let's send him back to the Dark Ages when the Black Death was ripping through Europe and Genghis Khan was eating empires for breakfast. Then he can come back and tell us that we really are living in the worst times in history.
And we see people's selfish, unloving, often violent attitudes and behavior. And these were also foretold in the Bible as a sign of the last days.
Why didn't the Bible foretell things that didn't exist back then, like nuclear weapons or computers? I don't know.
There is no doubt we are living in the last days. So how should we respond to our environment? Now is not the time to be dormant like a tree in winter. Now is the time for us to be active and ready for this system's end.
I still can't believe a conversation about plants devolved into an end times rant. Just like with real life conversations with a JW.
But it is heartwarming to see that the vast majority of Jehovah's people are focused, and they are using the limited amount of time remaining in this system of things to work hard and to help others come to know Jehovah and gain life.
What have you been smoking, my dude? Have you not been to a meeting since COVID ended? Jehovah's Witnesses have never been this lukewarm. They've been slacking it in the ministry, and rightly so. Turns out people get burnt out after hearing the same Armageddon nonsense for decades, and nothing happens.
That the end of this system of things is near at hand.
Oh, just get off the stage, man.
Move this man!
In the following video, please note what we can learn from Jehovah's timing from the way he created sea creatures to behave. Let's watch the video.
Dolphins too perform different activities at different times.
Dolphins perform different activities at different times. Thanks, Watchtower. I would have never known. I thought they multitasked all their activities like playing, hunting, and being the psychopaths of the ocean.
There's time to play, to see what's for dinner, and to make friends.
Dolphins also occasionally kill their babies and capture female members to be used as sex slaves.
Dolphins have been known to play with themselves by wrapping live wriggling eels around their dolphin doorknobs. Oh, you know it gets worse. Dolphins will also divorce a fish's head from its body and then use the disembodied fish head as a fish light. There's videos. I'm not going to show you, but they're there. Male dolphins will form gangs, kidnap a female, and hold her hostage, and then proceed to run through her like a track meet in violent choo-choo parties that can last weeks. And these water Weinsteins will tail smack her to keep her in line. If she tries to escape, they'll just chase her down. Dolphins only exist to serve the will of Satan.
What does that teach us about Jehovah?
We stay close to one another for safety in a spiritually dangerous world. And no matter how busy we are, we make time to be taught by Jehovah. Look, now is the especially acceptable time. Look, now is the day of salvation.
What does this have to do with dolphins?
By faith, we fully cooperate with any changes as we serve loyally to the head of the Christian congregation, Jesus Christ, and the appointed faithful and discreet slave of Jehovah.
So I guess we gotta serve the faithful slave as faithfully as we serve Jesus Christ now? I didn't say it, he did.
The faithful and discreet slave is the primary channel of Jehovah for dispensing increased light or understanding of Jehovah's time and seasons today.
The faithful slave has a long-ass record of failed prophecies. What the hell are you talking about?
We understand that we need to keep pace with God's organization and keep up with new understanding of Bible truths, neither running ahead or falling behind from the one whom Jehovah entrusted that light, the faithful slave.
Where is my button? Oh, here it is. Jehovah has trusted the dispensation of spiritual light to the faithful slave, not to his son. I guess I missed that part of the Bible.
When the faithful slave or the governing body realizes that our understanding of certain points of truths needs to be clarified, they do not hesitate to make the needed adjustment. While many denominations of Christendom today make changes to please their church's members and get closer to the world's points of view, the changes made by Jehovah's organization are designed to draw us closer to God and to the pattern of worship established by Jesus Christ.
No, the new light that the governing body crops out every now and then is designed to revise the Armageddon timetable and keep their members subservient. They're just as biased as the rest of Babylon the Great.
Yes, we are always ready to accept organizational adjustments and cooperate with direction from the governing body. At the end of the system of things, our survival may depend on taking timely action.
Wait, I thought our survival would depend on our faith in Jehovah God. How is anyone going to make it into paradise with these unclear instructions?
Birds can teach us a lesson in how to use our time wisely.
Sure.
So right before migrating, it begins to gorge itself. Some of these little birds even double in weight.
Wait, Mark Sanderson is a bird?
Jehovah gave birds inherent abilities that enable them to survive in challenging environments. Consider emperor penguins. How do these birds deal with their unique challenges? And what can we learn from their sense of timing? Preparing ahead for the difficult times helps these penguins to survive along with their young. Now is the time for us to learn from the emperor penguin and build up our spiritual reserves before this world's dark days become even darker. Even the stork in the sky knows its seasons.
First, penguins are not in the Bible. Second, this analogy falls right away. So, intaking Watchtower propaganda is likened to a penguin gaining weight for the winter, but a penguin knows exactly when the winter will arrive. By the time they're adults, they've lived through several winters. Guess what? Jehovah's Witnesses are waiting for a winter which they have never experienced and that will never arrive. Are they just supposed to indoctrinate themselves until they die? Wait, that's actually the plan. Best life ever, folks.
Well, what did you learn from that video? Besides the fact that fuzzy baby penguins are really cute. Did you notice that the penguins do not try to avoid the harsh winter, but they do prepare for it?
What? Emperor penguins don't try to avoid the winter because they can't. They live in Antarctica, which last time I checked was an island. Those motherfuckers have been stuck there for thousands of years. I guess Jehovah just wanted to put those baby penguins in the worst possible place to live in.
Soon, Jehovah's Day of Judgment will come. But we do not have to fear it if we are prepared.
Good news, everyone. You do not have to fear Jehovah's coming day of judgment because it's never going to arrive.
Now let's consider a few more lessons we can learn from 2 other insects.
Bees work hard, and they have a lot to do.
I see why they're talking about the bees now. Bees work themselves to death. They're the literal definition of a mind hive. Watchtower wishes all JWs were obedient little bees who spend all their hours out recruiting people.
You'll be happy to know that
Jehovah's Witnesses
haven't had one day off in 27 million years. Whew.
So you'll just work us to death?
We'll sure try.
This is the sound of cicadas in eastern North America.
Why would God design an insect whose sound makes you want to blow your brains out? Who knows?
This variety develops underground for 17 years. Right on time, they emerge by the billions. They'll have just a few weeks.
I hope none of you have an insect phobia. I need a toilet.
To shed their skin and finish the most important work of their life. To find a mate and lay their eggs.
So these zombies stay hidden underground for 17 years, come out just to fuck, annoy the living shit out of people, and die? Now that is the best life ever.
Insects instinctively accomplish their work on time. We have an important work to do, and a limited time to do it. With a regular schedule, and by adapting it as needed, we can make wise use of our time. Therefore, the way I'm running is aimlessly. The way I am aiming my blows is so as to be striking the air.
Well, Watchtower finally shows some animals that mildly resemble the modern Jehovah's Witness. Like honeybees, JWs are expected to work themselves to death, and like cicadas, they're expected to come out of their holes and annoy the living shit out of people. 10 out of 10 video, but I think we have one more animal to cover. I really hope it's a panda this time.
Now, as we already have established, Jehovah is the one that has endowed these insects with instinctive wisdom. Their behavior is not by choice.
So why are you using them as shining examples of patience if they're essentially programmed to work this way? How can we even imitate these animals and plants if they did not consciously choose to be patient?
Now, us, by way of contrast, we act according to free will.
That's debatable.
Which means our use of time is by choice.
Not when you're a JW.
You know, of all the things that we admire about land mammals, we look at their beauty and their abilities, their instincts. We probably haven't stopped recently and admired and said, well, look at the balanced daily routine of that land mammal.
I gotta give it to him. This is like the only half-decent joke in the entire program.
Land mammals can stay active for long periods. From the large to the not so large.
What the dog doing?
We humans need sleep too. The younger we are, the more we need.
Oh, look at those little enemies of God.
We're not made to work constantly without sufficient rest and balanced recreation.
BS. You constantly warn your followers to work as hard as possible for the religion and to cut their recreation time as much as they can. You silly weasels.
And unlike animals, we need time to refresh our faith and confidence in Jehovah.
Oh yes, kicking a football into a cardboard figure. Very faith strengthening.
The video reminded us that we're not made to work constantly without sufficient rest and balanced recreation.
Well, I guess the governing body did not watch the video.
And hasn't this symposium helped us? It's strengthened our love for Jehovah, and it's helped us to appreciate his timing, perhaps in a different way.
We have now come to the final talk of today's program.
What can help us to remain alert and active while we await the end of the present system of things? Please give your full attention to Brother Gag Fleegle, a member of the governing body, as he presents the talk. You know neither the day nor the hour.
Oh boy, I'm sure Gag Fleegle is not going to completely overlook the meaning of this verse and is not going to turn his speech into another doomsday talk.
Well, I don't know about you, but we've certainly enjoyed a banquet of rich dishes just on this opening day of our convention. Wouldn't you agree? Jehovah's truly been very good to us. I'd like to start by asking you to think back on a long, cold, snowy winter.
Gage has such a bizarre way of speaking. He divides up his sentences with long, awkward silence as if he was delivering the most profound statements that ever tickled our ears. I mean, just look at the editing process. It's choppy and awkward. It's like cutting meat with a blunt knife. It feels icky.
How long have you been waiting? Do you want to know when the end is coming? Me too.
Yikes. This is actually not the first time a governing body member teases their audience this way. I mean, remember when Mark Sanderson pulled off the same stunt a few months ago?
Does the governing body know when Armageddon is going to come? Yes, we do. It's going to come right on time.
To me, that's still one of the most cruel lines ever delivered by a governing body member. What an asshole.
But that puts us in good company with Jesus' apostles. He said, concerning that day and hour, nobody knows, neither the angels of the heavens nor the Son, but only the Father. Yes, Jehovah has set the day on his calendar. And as much as we would like to, we can't calculate when the end is going to come, the specific day and hour.
So we can end the talk right here, right? I mean, we don't know when the end is coming, so let's just be good people and try our best.
Now you can imagine what was going on in Peter's brain at that moment. Wait, the Son does not know the day or the hour? Wait, Jesus, you're the Son. You don't know the day or the hour? Well, we know that Jesus knows the day and the hour at this time. He is the king of God's kingdom. He knows when he's going to execute Jehovah's judgment on this system of things.
This is one of those strange teachings where Watchtower doesn't even try quoting a Bible verse. Like, we just read that the Son doesn't know the day or the hour. But forget what the Bible says. The Son actually does know the day and the hour now, apparently. A statement taken straight out of the deep crevices of the governing body's ass, and they don't even try to back it up with scripture.
They came from Jesus, who is now the head of the Christian congregation. He knows when the end is going to come, and he's trying to prepare us for the end of this system of things. He's getting us ready.
So fucking creepy. He has to be a lizard under that skin.
Well, we need to strengthen our conviction that the end is truly near. If I were to ask you what convinces you that we're close to the end, how would you respond?
Well, a fully indoctrinated JW would simply regurgitate the same points of evidence Watchtower has been using since 1879. Wars, disease, famine, natural disasters, you know, things that have always existed since the dawn of man.
For instance, maybe you're thinking of 2 Timothy chapter 3, verses 1 through 5, the characteristics that would mark the last days. And that's true. People have no natural affection. They're without self-control. They're fierce. Road rage is angrier than ever.
Are you gonna back up your statement with any data? No? I just gotta take your word for it? Okay.
People have a short fuse and explode with very little provocation. Just recently, my wife Nadia and I were stopped at a red light and observed two drivers having a shouting match full of obscenities. We were happy that we weren't in the mix and that neither of them had a gun. But that is becoming commonplace in today's world. What about another evidence that we're living close to the end? We're living in the time period symbolized by the feat of Nebuchadnezzar's dream image, the Anglo-American world power. Other nations may challenge it, but it will not be replaced according to Bible prophecy. That's amazing when we think about it and we look at what's happening on the world scene today. Another evidence, Matthew 24:14. You know those words by heart. The global preaching work is being accomplished. Well, what comes after the good news of the kingdom is preached in all the inhabited earth for a witness to all the nations?
Damn, man, those awkward pauses.
And then the end will come. Never before has the preaching work taken such global dimensions, reached into the very corners of the earth.
Some powerful, undeniable evidence right there, folks. It's funny when Gag speaks of the four corners of the earth. The Bible is a flat earth book. But his statement is simply false. JWs have not preached in all the earth, not even close, like not even remotely close. Gag simply hopes that his followers won't do their own research, or else they're gonna see that there's virtually no Jehovah's Witnesses in dozens of countries. Or in most countries where their work is banned, they're reduced to such a tiny minority, most of the population is not even aware of their existence. If the end really was to come only after JWs preach in most of the world, reasonably speaking, then that end is really, really, really far away.
Am I trying to squeeze as much as I can out of this system of things before it goes down? Or are my interests on storing up treasures in heaven? Our focus now should be getting out of the danger zone, being on Jehovah's side, so that when destruction comes, we will be among the survivors. We avoid vain works. It's like building a sandcastle where it would be washed away. We want to avoid that type of vain works. Instead of focusing or investing in this system of things, we focus and invest in Jehovah's kingdom.
Well, in that case, anything a JW could do could be considered in vain. What's the point in saving up money, buying a house, or even learning new things if nothing is gonna matter in paradise anyways? This is at heart such a cynical and nihilistic approach to life.
What's the point?
And it has real world consequences because it sets people up for failure.
But the Christian who is good goes above and beyond just being regular in the ministry. For instance, maybe we have specific scheduled times when we go out. We're faithful every Saturday.
Okay, seems reasonable. I'm sure Jehovah would appreciate that hypothetical person showing up every Saturday to knock on doors.
But what happens if we're in a grocery store line and someone starts talking about world conditions? Are we inclined to speak up? Well, the good slave would do so, wanting to share the good news with as many as possible.
You heard the boss, boys and girls. It's not enough for you to drag your ass to the service group every week. No, you also have to peep into other people's conversations while you're grocery shopping to find an opportunity to introduce them to your doomsday cult. I mean, that's what a good slave would do.
And Jesus, as the master, appreciates that. How might we expand our ministry? What are some ways? How will you make the best use of your strength and energy?
Maybe you could volunteer at a homeless shelter or at a food pantry? Or try some community service?
Maybe it's by pioneering. Maybe it's by attending a theocratic school. Maybe it's by volunteering for Bethel service. We were encouraged to do that earlier in our program today.
Yep, this is exactly what Jesus would have wanted. For you to stand 50 hours next to a literature cart or perform free labor in a compound far away from the civilized world. Really making your light shine to the world, guys.
Well, what would be the criteria for determining who are like sheep and who are like goats? Essentially, whether or not they support Christ's anointed brothers.
It's amazing how the governing body has hijacked this parable and made it all about themselves. I mean, just read the parable in context. It's not that hard. Jesus was saying that those who were kind to the less privileged in society would inherit the kingdom of God. and those who are unkind to the less fortunate would be cast off as goats. That's the lesson. That's it. It's not about showing support to an elite class of Christians.
Yes, Jesus the King takes very personally the action shown toward his brothers or anointed ones. His third parable teaches the other sheep to remain loyal and to support the anointed fully. Interestingly, the anointed little flock also must heed this lesson because individually they are domestics who are fed by the faithful slave, which is a small group of Christ's brothers. Yes, the anointed too must remain loyal and feed on spiritual food provided through Jehovah's channel.
Absolutely none of this is found in the parable of the sheep and the goats. You slimy, conniving, snake oil salesman.
Now, how can we apply the lesson on remaining loyal? In one word, obedience.
Of course, this was the whole purpose of the talk. Take some of Jesus' most famous parables and turn it into a lesson of obedience. Obedience to Jesus, to Jehovah.
Obey the faithful slave and those appointed to represent that slave, including elders in the congregation.
Yep.
But why should we obey?
I don't know. You tell me.
Very interestingly, Revelation chapter 14, verse 4 says that the anointed keep following the Lamb, Christ Jesus, no matter where he goes. So if the faithful slave follows the Lamb, then the direction, the guidance that they provide is Bible-based.
I mean, couldn't we assert this of anyone who claims to follow the Lamb? The Pope claims to be the representative of Christ on earth, so why should we follow you and your buddies instead of him? I mean, he has way cooler headgear as well.
Just as Christ has affection for the congregation, so too does the governing body. We love you.
Every time they say we love you, it makes my skin crawl.
The governing body prays constantly for the worldwide brotherhood. So obedience is necessary for loyalty.
Listen and obey, boys. Listen and obey. Now, Gage is going to relate to us a totally not made up story of a young girl who was loyal and obedient.
And also donating to the worldwide work. Here's an experience from Mexico. A little girl we'll call Laura, age 6, lives in Mexico. Sadly, she suffers from epilepsy. And after one particularly difficult hospital visit, her older sister gave her a piggy bank as a gift. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Laura received money from her family to use for school or to buy treats. So what did she do with the money? She decided to save the money in her piggy bank, depositing it there. Well, when in-person meetings resumed, Laura brought her piggy bank to the Kingdom Hall. What did she do with it? After the meeting, she broke it open, counted the money she saved, and it totaled 350 pesos, or about 17 United States dollars. She contributed the entire amount, giving half to support the local congregation and the other half to the worldwide work. Laura explained, I wanted to donate my savings for our brothers to use and to send more brothers to preach in foreign lands. Think about it. All of this was going through the mind of a 6-year-old.
The governing body can't pass up a single opportunity to talk about children giving money to the branch. A 6-year-old Mexican girl using her saved up pesos to donate to Watchtower, money which will probably go to settling CSA lawsuits in court. Ugh, it just makes me so mad. She could have just bought some candy with that money. Pinche gringo de mierda.
Don't be a goat.
Bah.
Goats are independent. They're self-serving. At times, they'll even eat garbage.
It's funny how Gage conflates being independent with eating garbage. They're both equally bad in his eyes.
What is everlasting life?
Yeah, a fantasy used to control people.
So what is accomplished by our not knowing the day or the hour?
Lots and lots of needless speculation, with each generation of Christians believing they're gonna be the ones to see the return of Jesus. And every single one of them has been wrong.
When we serve him out of love, not because of a date or solely for a reward, it warms Jehovah's heart.
How the fuck would you know that?
Brothers and sisters, we are on the threshold of the bright light of morning. Any effort, any struggle to stay awake and keep our senses, to keep ourselves ready for Jehovah's day will be worth it. The promise is sure. The long, cold winter of Satan's rule is soon to give way to eternal spring.
So we're just gonna ignore the entire premise of the Bible verse? Yeah.
We know neither the day nor the hour, but we know for sure that it is coming. It will not be late. Jehovah, the great timekeeper, is never late.
This comes off as so desperate. Yeah, we have no way of telling when the end will come, but we know it's coming very, very soon. Which one is it, Gage?
With those glorious prospects clearly in mind, may we echo the inspired words of the Apostle John at the end of the Revelation, Amen, come, Lord Jesus.
Yeah, that prayer in Revelation has aged like milk left out of the freezer.
But in this dramatization that we're going to look at, let's look at how a father helps his family to cultivate patience when preaching.
Are these people still in the pandemic? Why are they writing letters?
Hey, Gabe.
Oh, hey, Olivia. How's it going?
It's going good. Just doing another letter writing territory, so you know how that is.
A complete waste of time and paper?
Okay, well.
Hey, Gabe. Good to see you.
Hey, Sue. It's good to see you, too.
Is that Gabe? Oh, hey, baby. How's Bethel?
Hey, Mom. It's busy, but great. I'm learning a lot.
Oh, look who just got home from work.
Hey, Gabe. Hey, Max. So, if it's possible, can you send me some more of my things?
So just a bit of context in case you've been living under a rock. These new JW celebrities you see here have already starred in the previous convention in a series of videos which were both incredibly disturbing and hilarious. We saw Olivia being forced to throw away her pants because they were too colorful. I wish I was joking.
I know, but it's all about good spiritual judgment. Do you think that these trends reflect Jehovah's view of respectable dress? I know that you'll do the right thing.
Ma.
We see Olivia's mom being scolded by her new husband for trying to take the lead in educating her own children.
Okay, the point here is that when it comes...
Honey, maybe an illustration would be better.
Okay.
And we saw both Olivia and her mom attempt to sugarcoat the archaic and homophobic stance in front of their mates.
We believe that everyone should be treated fairly.
Good. So, I assume you have gay members in your church?
No, we don't.
What the hell?
As one of Jehovah's Witnesses, we believe everyone has a right to choose how they live. And I would never force my beliefs on anyone.
Don't lie to me, Walt! You sussy baka!
So now your favorite JW family is back, and they're gonna teach us how to be an exemplary Jehovah's Witness.
So Olivia, I thought that you enjoyed letter writing.
I don't know. It just feels like another letter, another envelope, and another black hole.
Finally, someone said it like it is.
Black hole?
Yeah, stuff goes in, but nothing ever comes out of it.
It's not that bad.
What do you mean? You were just telling me that no one's responded to you.
Okay. Yeah, I get a little antsy for replies. Like I texted my old classmate Sarah, but she just hasn't said anything back to me yet.
Maybe Sarah stumbled upon this channel and realized you're trying to recruit her into a cult.
I just hope I didn't overdo it. What do you think? Is it too much?
Yes, girl. Your text was longer than Mark Sanderson's grocery list.
It's too much.
Sure she'll,
What did he even say?
Sure she'll get back to you.
I think Dad just wants to go to his room and watch some football.
All right. Is everything on Gabe's list?
Thank you.
At least we'll have a little more room for when your mom moves in.
Yeah.
The lore deepens.
Anyway. What if we do something a little different for family worship this week?
So, this is where you and Gabe would fish, right?
Yep. We learned a lot of lessons about fishing here. So lately, preaching's felt like a black hole, right?
Do they ever have a conversation that doesn't involve their religion? Jesus.
We have the right equipment.
If by right equipment you mean elementary level questions and answer booklets, then yeah.
But what does a fisherman need more than anything?
I don't know. Live bait?
2 Corinthians 6:4.
Just say the answer, dude.
It says, but in every way we recommend ourselves as God's ministers by... Now what does verse 6 say, Olivia?
It says by purity, by knowledge, by patience.
Patience. It helps us to keep trying again and again, to not give up. And we're not casting into a black hole, but into a blue sea full of deserving ones.
You brought your family to a beautiful lake only to give them a shitty analogy? This illustration sucks. Dad here is comparing non-JWs to fish in the sea or lake, whatever. But the thing is, people are not fish. Fish are dumb. All you need to catch a fish is good bait and a little bit of patience. But people are much smarter than fish, and they have the internet. And a quick Google search will tell them the truth about the Watchtower religion before you have a chance to indoctrinate them. I mean, just imagine if fish had access to the internet and learned all about the danger of fishing hooks. They would never fall for the bait again.
All I know is Mr. Krabs said, Patrick, don't do that!
Cheesy.
Well, maybe some would, but you get my point. Also, seeing people as fish to catch is kind of disturbing. I know it's found in the Bible, but that's just it.
Now, maybe we can't see it, but Jehovah knows they're there. And it may take some time, but if we're patient together, we'll find them.
I didn't make a single convert in my 8 years of being a baptized publisher, and I tried. Believe me.
Irene's got some great ideas on how to make our letter writing more personal.
The Father kindly helped them to change their perspective, to see that it wasn't a big black hole, but a deep blue sea. See, changing our perspective will help us to show patience.
I mean, I think both analogies are off. I would compare the preaching work to trying to catch fish in a leaking boat. By the time you catch one fish, 3 others have already escaped. Also, my dude, you look tired as hell. I think you need some sleep.
So in the following dramatization, let's note how a sister shows patience while teaching her Bible student.
All ready for section 2, right? Guess so.
Hey, this is the same girl that heard Olivia go on her homophobic rant at school.
Hey, does the Bible really say all that?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, maybe you could show me sometime.
Any reasonable person would have stayed the hell away from this religion after hearing that, but this is a Watchtower fantasy we're dealing with, so of course the girl is now knee-deep into her Bible study.
Okay, well first we'll see how false religion gets God totally wrong. Did you get a chance to study?
Yeah, I read ahead.
Okay, is everything okay?
I'm fine. Let's just get started.
Okay, so then we'll watch a video on churches during World War II and why Jehovah will have no choice but to... Something's up. What's wrong?
I don't know. I read that all religions are false.
Well, yeah, but you have to remember that, like...
I don't know. It's just...
What?
It's just all getting so serious.
I think the word you were looking for is culty.
Well, yeah. It's life and death. Why waste time on this study if she's not going to take it serious?
I mean, Olivia is just repeating what Watchtower already instructed her, to drop any Bible studies who aren't making any progress.
So you said all of that to her?
No, just the well, yeah part. But I wanted to. She used to be so excited for study. I don't know. Maybe she's just not getting it.
I think she is learning. Maybe it's just really sinking in.
If it's sinking in, then what's the problem?
Well, Olivia, maybe your student realized that she doesn't want to be dogmatic and dismiss literally all religions as false only 13 lessons into her study.
Maybe it's me.
And that line, my dear viewer, captured perfectly the burden of being one of Jehovah's Witnesses. Olivia never even considers that the dogma she is sharing with her friend could be insufficient, or that her study booklets could be unconvincing, or simply that her friend doesn't buy into her beliefs. Nah, all blame always falls back on the believer themselves. Olivia must be the flawed one. Olivia must be the one falling short of God's requests.
You know what really helped me when I first started pioneering? I learned that Jesus had to be patient with his disciples. They weren't always ready to learn the things that he was teaching them. That means that we have to be patient with our Bible students too.
I was thinking a lot about our study, and I really wanted to know how you were feeling about it.
As I was reading ahead, it finally hit me. All the churches in the world are lying. My mom's included. And God's just going to destroy them all. You know, maybe I'm just not ready for some of this.
Seems like a perfectly reasonable response, and she was very respectful as well.
I understand where you're coming from. Give yourself some time to learn why Jehovah's ways are just. The better you get to know him, the more his teachings are going to touch your heart.
Yeah, just wait till you get to the book of Joshua and Judges, and the rest of the Old Testament, and the New Testament.
Trust me. I promise you it'll be worth the wait.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay.
Yep, this is such a Watchtower way to address doubts. Oh, you think God is unfair because he's going to destroy all religions on earth? Nah, you just need to give it some time. Ignore all those nasty bits for now and focus on the pandas in paradise. It's gonna make sense later, I promise you, just focus on the pandas.
So, let's get to know Jehovah better. Do you remember?
Olivia used the Bible a total of 0 times. This is just another Watchtower fantasy.
In the following dramatization, note how a sister shows patience when encouraging a fellow believer.
This dude has a pretty nice voice, actually.
He's just going to be working even more. I just don't know what to do about it because he's barely home as it is. Are you still listening to me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so tired. I don't have the support I need, you know?
I know.
And it never seems to end. I don't know why this keeps happening to me.
I know it seems that way, but sometimes the decisions you make have consequences that don't go away.
What an asshole.
Excuse me? Not everyone is perfect like you. And your perfect life, Irene.
I'm sorry. That's not what I meant.
I don't have time for this.
I'm sorry, that's not what I meant.
Everything okay?
Max just seems to materialize out of nowhere.
Dora just hung up on me.
Well, maybe she was just having a bad day.
Every day is a bad day for Dora. It's not my fault that she married that guy from work. I just wish she would have listened.
One thing Jehovah's Witnesses love to say is, "I told you so." Irene was probably having a blast with that conversation.
She has made some bad decisions, but that was years ago. Don't give up on her.
I'm not giving up on her. I just need a break from her.
I know this isn't easy, but try and imagine what it must be like for her.
Oh boy, are we about to see an overly gloomy snapshot of her life after marrying an unbeliever?
And yet, when we reflect on statements like that, we can agree that hope is so important. Why? Because we all deal with...
Yeah, no wonder her life is so sad. She's constantly being reminded how horrible the world is. Oh no, he grabbed a beer and laid down on his couch after a hard day of work. What a horrible piece of shit.
Makes me think about 1 Thessalonians 5:11.
This dude's only purpose is to bring up random Bible verses. It's like a robot.
Keep encouraging one another and building one another up, just as you are in fact doing. We can do so much good when we're patient, just like Jehovah is with us.
Hi, Irene.
Hi, Dora.
I was calling because I wanted to apologize for what I said.
I'm sorry, too.
I know that you're dealing with a lot right now.
And I really do see how much you love Jehovah.
I just want you to know I'm always here for you.
Unless you stop believing, then you're dead to me.
Thanks, Irene. That really means a lot to me. You know, I was thinking about going out to service tomorrow.
Would you like to go with me?
I'd love to go.
Great. I have this really cool new return visit. Her name is Katie.
Yeah, cause there's no better cure for a crumbling marriage than going out and bothering people at their doorstep.
So, we already have these weeks scheduled. We just need to keep confirming with the speakers and quickly replacing any cancellations. That's pretty important.
I can totally do that. I actually have some new ideas on how to handle that.
Okay, good. But a phone call should be fine.
Don't worry. It's not that hard. I can handle it. Can I show you my idea on how to streamline the process?
Oh no, a young mind with a better way of doing things. Watchtower is not gonna be pleased.
More than a phone call?
Yeah. The speaker isn't here.
I'm sorry, what? Did you call and confirm like I asked you to?
No. But what can I do?
Well, nothing now. I'll take care of it. Wayne forgot to confirm the speaker, so I have to give the talk now.
Maybe Wayne is a PMO trying to sabotage the talks. That would be quite the plot twist. And it's not even that big of a deal. Anyone can give these talks. It's literally just reading from a script. Just feed the talk to an AI program and put it on speaker. It's gonna sound just as robotic as the usual elders.
You did a nice job on your part.
Thanks.
Best life ever.
I think Wayne just forgot.
Certified free, 7 days a week. Wet and
Hey, Gabe.
Hi, Mom. How you guys doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good. I'm just checking on the things you were sending me.
It was probably like a flashlight or something.
They haven't come in yet.
Oh, no. That's weird.
That's my fault, Gabe. I completely forgot to send it. I can't believe I missed that.
It's okay. Don't worry
No,
about
it's not. You needed those things, Gabe.
it. No, Max, it's fine. Don't worry. I mean, everybody forgets things sometimes.
Jehovah's Witnesses are really good at forgetting how many times they predicted Armageddon.
And it's just one package. You and Mom already do so much for me, so don't worry. It's fine.
Thanks.
Thanks, Gabe. I'll get right on it. I gotta make a phone call.
Okay.
I'm sorry about the mix-up.
It's okay, Wayne. We all forget things sometimes. You know, I want to apologize myself. I didn't mean to lose my patience. I shouldn't have reacted like that at the Kingdom Hall. I'm sorry.
I don't know about you guys, but did your elders ever apologize to you for anything? I was trying to recall at least one time where elders owned up to their mistakes, but I just couldn't come up with anything.
If we show a lack of patience, it's a good thing for us as elders to apologize.
Wow, what an enthusiastic speaker.
One sister had been blacking out, and she was concerned about it, thought it might be serious, and so she went to the emergency room at a local hospital.
Jesus, man, could you at least try to sound happy?
That is why the kingdom of the heavens may be likened to a king who wanted to settle accounts with his slaves.
How can the fake beards keep getting worse?
Jehovah inspired James to write, "Man's anger does not bring about God's righteousness."
This has to be by far one of the most dry, uninteresting, lifeless, monotone, depressing speakers I've ever seen in a propaganda piece. Now we get to enjoy a short clip from Stephen Lett, which I assume was filmed a couple of months ago before his face got all bloated and nasty. And he's gonna tell us why you should surrender 2 months of your life to attend the school for kingdom evangelizers.
Since its inception in 2014, the School for Kingdom Evangelizers has accomplished much good in the worldwide field. Some might reason, I'm content where I am. I have a good job that supports my pioneering. I'm needed in the congregation. I could be sent anywhere. I hate moving.
Or maybe, Stephen, they simply don't want to?
I'm not smart enough. Well, can you relate to any of these feelings? The governing body understands. It's not easy to uproot oneself and venture into the unknown. But before you dismiss applying for SKE, there's a beautiful reason why you should consider it.
This reeks of desperation.
But now what is their sincere wish? They might want us not to become one of Jehovah's Witnesses because they have their own sincere religious beliefs, or simply they have received the wrong information from the wrong people.
Or maybe the family member just did a quick Google search and found out they're dealing with a high control religion. And this dude actually looks slick as hell. I'm digging his outfit. I think it matches really well with the gray, gloomy undertones of this entire convention.
Mom, let me carry that.
I got it, Irene. You know, I'm not that old.
Woman, you got one foot in the grave already.
I really like that doctor.
What was he, 15? You know, he's not going to be practicing on me.
Ooh, kinky.
I'm gonna keep packing your stuff, okay?
Okay, dear. Irene, don't forget my therapy appointment on Wednesday morning.
I can't on Wednesday. Let me ask Elena.
What do you need, Irene?
Hello to you too.
Mom needs you to take her to an appointment on Wednesday.
No, I can't. Can you skip your preaching thing or whatever?
I have to work at a real job.
There's no way you're not gonna take your mom to therapy because you wanna knock on doors. What is this lunacy?
I've had my hands full. I just need a little more help.
Please.
I'll see what I can do, but no promises.
Look, I gotta go.
Well, I can tell Elena's not going to be much help, but I'll figure it out.
You know, your sister had a tough year. You should study with her.
Oh man, here I was thinking that the grandma was the unbeliever. But she's the one who started this madness in the first place.
You know, we have tried so many times. She doesn't want to study.
I think you're just too hard on her, Irene.
What do you mean? You failed to indoctrinate one of your daughters, and instead of respecting her beliefs, she's just another potential convert to you? Such a JW moment.
Hey, I swapped shifts so I could take Mom on Wednesday. You owe me, little Miss Righteous.
Maybe she would study.
What, Elena? There's nothing I can do.
Weren't you close growing up? Grandma thinks you can reach her heart.
Yeah, well, Grandma also thinks she can live on her own.
Okay.
All these videos are so depressing. Damn.
I know you tried, but just don't stop trying, okay?
Okay.
Never stop trying to drag your family members into your doomsday cult, even if they told you several times they're not interested.
With all humility and mildness, with patience, putting up with one another in love.
Thank you. You're the best. What did I do wrong now?
Nothing. I just wanted to say thank you.
And
how are you doing?
I really miss talking to my little sister.
No judgment?
No judgment.
Okay. I don't know if you know this,
But I went to see Mom the other day. She was taking out pictures of us when we were kids.
I hate this last scene so much. Irene is trying to reconnect with her sister with the clear intention of trying to make her study the Bible. And we see that the sister was even a bit apprehensive, which implies that the relationship has been strained by Irene's constant judging. Now she gets all excited at the prospect of having a normal conversation with her sister without knowing that she's just a potential convert to her. This cult sucks.
In the following dramatization, notice how a mate shows patience when difficulties arise.
So this is your room here on the right.
This is shit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
We'll let you get settled in, okay?
Love you, Grandma.
So, do you want anything else?
Irene, you know this is not what I wanted.
Now I see who taught Irene to be an insufferable person.
Mom, where's all my kitchen stuff?
We organized and changed out some things.
We?
The girls and I did. You know, it's not your thing, Irene. We decided my stuff is better. You'll see.
Oh, you don't like it when others dogmatically impose their opinions on you, huh?
Hey, babe. Are you okay?
Max, how many times have I asked you to take your shoes off at the door?
Sorry, I keep forgetting. I was just making sure you were okay.
Just clean. And it's like you don't even care about how hard I work.
I guess Max is just gonna be roasted the entire show. Maybe he can learn how to be submissive to his wife. I'm not kidding you. Half of this episode is just awkward silence. I think the writers at Bethel were just like, fuck it. We're gonna make this easy on ourselves today.
Can you pass me the salt, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
These need more than salt.
Irene, why didn't you make these homemade?
They are.
I think they're great.
Thanks.
My dude just wanted to cheer you up, woman.
Sorry about earlier.
Yeah, me too. These past few months, I didn't expect them to be so hard. And I'm really sorry about what this is doing to us.
We're in this together. You know, Jehovah sees everything you're doing for your mother, and he's so proud of you.
Max apparently has direct communication with Big J.
In fact, it says that married couples can be likened to a pair of scissors. Well, how so? Well, scissors are closely joined together, often moving in opposite directions, but then punishing anything that comes in between them.
Are all these clowns salvaging their analogies from the same garbage bin?
Now, in the following dramatization, notice how parents show patience with a daughter as she faces a test of faith.
Oh, this is gonna be so cringe, I can feel it.
Hey, thanks for getting me.
Yeah, anytime. How was work?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was long.
Hey, do you know him?
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I'm so glad I caught you. So, I wanted to get your phone number just in case any work stuff comes up after hours, you know? Is that okay?
Yeah, okay. It's 646-480-6649.
Okay, I got it. If anything comes up, I'll be sure to give you a shout, all right?
Okay, cool. See you tomorrow.
All right, see you all. Hey, actually, I was about to grab something to eat, and I wanted to see if you wanted to come with me.
No thanks. We've really got to get going.
Next time for sure, then. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
What was that all about?
It's nothing.
I hope not.
You hope not? Are you just praying that your sister gets no game? You're just jealous no one has asked you out.
Trust me, it's nothing.
This following clip is so awful. I'm just gonna play it out for you.
I can guess who that is.
Who's that?
Just a doctor from work.
Wow, he's persistent.
He's persistent? Wait, is he interested in you?
I guess.
When were you going to tell me about this?
There's nothing to tell.
You told him no, right?
I haven't. I don't.
Wait, you haven't told him no?
No, not yet.
I've taught you better than that. You know you have to be firm from the start.
It's not that simple.
It is that simple, and you need to do it now.
Why is everyone leaving? Max is just following his Watchtower programming. Did you seriously expect him to have a reasonable reaction after constantly being told that having feelings for a worldly person could lead you to your spiritual death?
Hey, I'm sorry. I overreacted. I want you to know I do trust you.
Now he's gonna play good cop, bad cop. JW parents are just really good at it.
I've never had a reason not to.
I know. But I'm not a teenager anymore.
You're not, but I'm always going to be your dad. And dads worry about their kids. It's just part of the job.
I love how Watchtower always describes parenting as a fucking job, never as a relationship.
I really need this job to pioneer. What if he doesn't take it well?
That could happen.
Yeah, if we're talking about a psychopath. But if you turn the dude down, he's probably just gonna be like, alright, and move on with his life.
But then you'll get to see what Jehovah will do.
Absolutely nothing.
I'll talk with him tomorrow.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Stay out of your daughter's business for once.
Maybe say a prayer for me.
I'd love to.
That was a beautiful video.
You serious?
In the following dramatization, notice how a caregiver shows patience.
I'm not taking those dirty peels.
Mom, why do you have to make everything so hard?
I'm sorry. Maybe it won't be so difficult for you when I'm gone.
Such an uplifting program, guys.
Psalm 71:14 says, "But as for me, I will continue to wait." When we're patient, good things happen. We preach. We help each other do what's right. We take care of the people we love.
Yeah, unless they're disfellowshipped.
Thank you. I just got back from service.
Hey, Lena.
Hey.
What's going on?
Well, I got this in the mail. Do you have time to talk?
Sure.
Because every single Watchtower fantasy has to end with someone being recruited, am I right? Why would the sister want to talk about the religion after receiving some letter in the mail? I'm sure she's already seen those familiar tracks before, you know, the ones with elementary grade questions. And all of a sudden she's gonna think to herself, oh, this might actually not be a cult. Yeah, Watchtower, whatever you say. I'm sure this is not the last time we're gonna see this JW celebrity family. Watchtower will probably milk them until they become too big and have to be replaced, just like happened with Jade and Nita. And the Saturday morning session is ended with the baptism talk from some dude we've never seen before. It's mostly the same rehashed baptism jargon we've heard a million times before, but I did catch a few nuggets of pure lunacy.
Satan's world is filthy, spiritually speaking.
Oh yeah, Satan, give me that dirty, dirty world of yours.
One thing that we must be very aware of in this world today that could tarnish us, could spot us, is the unclean and obscene speech of this world.
Yeah, I've met more than a handful of JWs who cuss like sailors when they're with their friends.
However, we must not let their conduct spot our Christian garments by imitating them. Now, Sister Edens, what pressure did you face shortly after your baptism?
Well, I was baptized when I was young, and I faced the pressure to be popular and to be liked by other students at school. Satan saw this, and he definitely capitalized on that desire. Unfortunately, this led me down the path of bad association, and I began hanging out with the wrong crowd.
Oh no, you made friends with your classmates. You horrible piece of shit. Oh, sorry. I cursed. Is Daddy Jehovah gonna be mad at me now?
Mine was association with family. My wife and I moved back to our hometown specifically to be with family after living out of state for 9 years. Shortly after arriving, we got baptized. And so being with such a large family in the area, there's a constant pressure, invitations to be with family. We loved our family. We spent time with them, but they're a little rowdy, so we had to limit our association with them. And that left a large void, and we were lonely at times. Did everyone react the same? No, my dad was really upset. Being one of 9, the only time the family got together was the holidays. He put us all through Catholic school, and I became a witness, so he was ashamed. He told family and friends that I was a pretty rotten son for a while.
This cult just creates problems that shouldn't be there in the first place. And now, the 2 questions that will put some unfortunate souls under a contract with Watchtower for the rest of their lives.
Have you repented of your sins, dedicated yourself to Jehovah, and accepted his way of salvation through Jesus Christ? Your answer, please?
How many people was that? It sounded like 6 in the entire auditorium.
Do you understand that your baptism identifies you as one of Jehovah's Witnesses in association with Jehovah's organization?
So we're not even mentioning the Holy Spirit anymore? Okay.
Well, your clear, affirmative answers to these questions indicate that you are qualified for baptism as ordained ministers of Jehovah God.
I've heard it illustrated this way. A man is on death row. He's scheduled to be executed tomorrow.
I love how we're only like 3 seconds into the talk and we're already talking about death and executions.
Today, he gets to order whatever he wants for his last meal. Now, when he's deciding what to order, do you think he's going to concern himself with how much sugar is in that meal? Or sodium or carbs or whatever? No way. He has no future health to concern himself about. His only concern right now is whatever pleasure he can obtain immediately at the moment. Illustrating what? Well, a number of people actually feel very much like that man on death row. Because they reason, well, how long do we live? 70, 80 years? Life is short. So why are we going to concern ourselves with the future?
Bruh, you just described Jehovah's Witnesses to a T. This system is not gonna last very long. What's the point in going to school or saving up for retirement if Jehovah's gonna reset the planet very soon? I know the speaker is describing nihilistic people that only focus on pleasure, you know, like hedonists. But I mean, JWs are nihilists, but they're not even allowed to indulge in the pleasures of life. Talk about a bad deal.
The thing we want to do is obtain as much pleasure as we can out of life right now. And that mindset has led a number of people into a lifestyle of instant gratification.
Now, this is very true. Instant gratification can be a huge problem. We can all easily fall into the cycles of procrastination and a lack of self-discipline, especially in our TikTok age. See guys, this is a perfect opportunity for Watchtower to give some practical advice on how to manage our time. I wonder if they're gonna drop some good tips or if this talk is just gonna devolve into an end times rant.
Alright, maybe that doesn't sound too bad, but here is a stronger reason to beware of instant gratification, and this one concerns us attending a convention. The devil exploits the seeming brevity of life to intensify the temptation to sin. Or let me put it this way, some forms of instant gratification lead right into sinning against Jehovah.
And you and I don't want that.
Yeah, sins like gluttony? Why is it that you never mentioned that? Overeating is like the prime example of instant gratification, yet Jehovah's Witnesses are notoriously unhealthy eaters. I mean, what's the point in taking care of your body if Jehovah's just gonna give you a new one post-Armageddon, right? There's not gonna be any McDonald's in the new world, so better scarf down on all those McChickens right now. Yeah, let's just ignore the sin of gluttony as if it doesn't exist.
But it can happen in two ways. Some pleasures can be appropriately obtained, maybe even in this system, but not right away. For example, Jehovah requires that we postpone sexual relations until we're married.
Oh boy. How much do you want to bet that they're just gonna talk about sex for the rest of the talk?
Waiting. Also, other pleasures are entirely off limits, like the misuse of drugs or the misuse of alcohol, even though they might deliver some immediate pleasure. So these are strong reasons to beware of instant gratification.
Jehovah's Witnesses are notoriously heavy drinkers.
So what are we saying, really?
Not much at all.
Are we saying that all forms of instant gratification are wrong?
Not necessarily. Not in every case.
But often it is. A lot of instant gratification is either unwise or, worse yet, leads into sin. Jehovah's moral standards often require waiting. Like we mentioned before, postponing sexual relations till after marriage. And while waiting, we can be happy because Jehovah's standard is helping us to keep our dignity, maybe improve our health, and keep a clean standing before Him.
You heard the man, boys and girls. Losing your virginity before marriage means losing your dignity, because the omnipotent, omniscient creator of the universe is deeply obsessed with your sex life.
However, maintaining Jehovah's moral standards involves more than just avoiding sex before marriage.
Yeah, it involves way more. Not only are Jehovah's Witnesses expected to not have sex before marriage, but they're not even allowed to relieve themselves in their own privacy. I'm sure all those unreasonable restrictions Watchtower creates won't create a bunch of sexually repressed witnesses.
Colossians chapter 3 warns against all forms of uncleanness. And that involves things that don't deal with waiting for later, but avoiding entirely. Like immoral fantasizing, like pornography, or similar provocative images.
Either this dude is having the worst time of his life talking about masturbation in front of hundreds of people, or he's having the time of his life. He stared right into our souls as he was talking about sexual fantasies.
Provocative images?
He probably has a raging hard-on going down there. Maybe he can't wait to go home and wank off. Oh yeah, baby, I sure told that audience how to avoid instant gratification by talking against immoral fantasies.
So what if a person finds it very difficult to keep away from some of these forms of uncleanness? Let's take pornography as an example, okay? Person finds it very hard to avoid viewing pornography. What can he do?
Get laid?
Just more willpower? More fortitude, more determination? Probably not enough. What else does he need?
Well, a lot of heavy porn users get hooked on it because they're feeling lonely or stressed out. Maybe they could increase their social circle or pick up a hobby or something.
Let's go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4.
Yeah, the Bible has a lot of sex in it. I wouldn't recommend it to someone trying to overcome a porn addiction. They would relapse every time they got to Genesis 19. Come on now.
Knowing how, because breaking and remaining free from a vice like pornography often requires knowing how, learning specific skills and strategies and lifestyle changes, new thinking patterns. It involves learning how. And a lot of this is explained in our literature. The publications of the slave.
Yeah, I remember when the faithful slave brought back Freddie Mercury from the grave for a short video, which we covered a few months ago. That was pretty hilarious.
Animals, they just act on impulse, every impulse. They feel it, they want it, they do it. Instant gratification. We are not lower animals. We are humans, created in God's image.
Humans are animals. Apes, to be exact. I mean, that's our taxonomy. It's an actual scientific field. Let's send this man back to school, please.
Imperfect, yes, but with His help, we can avoid unclean practices that risk losing the great reward of everlasting life in the new world. All right, moving on.
That was such an awkward transition. My God, masturbation bad, porn bad, animals bad. All right, moving on.
The second area where we need to beware is in choosing a mate. I think we all know 1 Corinthians 7:39 says we're free to marry only in the Lord, right? Fellow believers, yes. So what if instead of waiting for a suitable marriage made in the truth, there arises an opportunity right now to enter into a relationship or develop a relationship with a non-believer? Beware, because marrying an unbeliever can cause and produce a lifetime of heartache.
These clowns have zero self-awareness. Imagine if you have unbelieving husbands hearing this talk, being taken as second-class citizens in JW land and being constantly put down. They must feel like crap. If your goal is to bring unbelieving mates into the truth, you're doing a piss-poor job at it.
But you know something? So can marrying a believer. Don't tell me you know that. No. Gonna drive this overtime.
I'm dead inside.
No, in all seriousness, then, yes, marrying a believer, if that believer is spiritually immature or emotionally immature. Now, would that be a sin? Would it be a sin to marry a believer who is just not spiritually stable? It wouldn't be a sin, no.
Okay, then what's the problem then?
But my, would it ever be unwise. If a person thinks it's better to marry a person with questionable spirituality than risk not marrying at all, think again, because more than a few are living in anguish, not because they married out of the truth, but because they married a believer whose faith was fragile, whose appreciation for spiritual things was shallow, and whose love for Jehovah was marginal.
So you're not only going to piss on all the spouses who are not believers, you're also going to piss on all the spouses who are spiritually weak. And by spiritually weak, they mean anyone who's not performing enough free labor for the cult. Not going out in service enough, not giving talks in the congregations, all that good stuff. Imagine if you're a baptized JW man watching this, and you feel you haven't given enough to Jehovah these last few months because you've been having a tough time. And then this clown comes along and tells you you're not good marriage material because your relationship with Jehovah is marginal. Best life ever, folks.
Be patient. Wait until you can marry a person with genuine devotion to Jehovah and Jehovah's ways.
Be patient so you can marry a fully indoctrinated Watchtower robot. Who cares about his personality and character? Those are not important.
Maybe you or I, right? We see a brother in our congregation and oh my, he seems to have it all. He really does. He has a great paying job. He has a lot of money. So he has the house and the car and the vacations and what have you, right? And he's active in the truth. Not only that, he might have some special privileges in the congregation. Now we're thinking, oh my, that's what I want. I don't want to wait till the new world. I want what he has. I want to have the whole thing right now.
Yep, seems like a pretty good deal to me.
No, you don't. What you really want is contentment. That's what you're looking for.
Oh no, you want to have a spouse who can help you achieve financial security so you're not scraping by every month? What a horrible piece of shit.
A caution for parents, too. Don't encourage your children to marry at a young age thinking that this will protect them from sexual immorality. Just to touch on that again.
Aw, fuck off, you wanker. You prohibit teenagers from managing their sexual impulses in any shape or form, and now you expect them to not get married young? Fuck off.
If you were presented with a temptation involving instant gratification, what will help you resist? Let's take note as we watch the following video.
All these bills. And so little we can afford. I can hardly breathe.
Wait till you're married. That might never happen.
It's been hard since Monica died. It's good to talk to someone who understands me.
A promotion would fix all this.
She understands me.
Sometimes I wonder, what would it be like to be with Marco? It's like everyone knows about sex, but me.
Okay. They'll want some evenings, weekends, my meetings, service, my kids.
I love how her kids came in dead last in her list of priorities. Oh, this promotion will interfere with my meetings, my service. Oh yeah, and my literal offspring.
Maybe I could make it work.
Jehovah has always been there for me.
But I know why Jehovah tells us to wait. He doesn't deny us good things. He protects us, so we don't get hurt.
Except when you need a blood transfusion, then he's more than happy to watch you die. Wow, look at all these brave individuals walking away from opportunities which could have considerably improved their lives.
I am determined to wait patiently on my God.
And never do anything that would displease him.
Because his blessings are so worth the wait.
Waiting on Jehovah to give them something. In the case of the girl and the old man, they have to wait for sex, I guess. But the mother now has to wait for another job opportunity to fall on her lap, which somehow doesn't interfere with their weekly indoctrination schedule. Jesus, Watchtower sabotaging your life since 1879.
Because the world is on death row.
I've had enough of this hack. That was the worst talk of the entire convention so far. Hands down. I mean, get off the stage already, you lunatic.
Do you have a family member, a parent, a sibling, some other relative who has stopped serving Jehovah and is disfellowshipped?
Now we get this truly atrocious talk encouraging shunning your loved ones who are disfellowshipped. This is the only talk with no videos because they deleted them a couple months ago. Watchtower panicked after Rebecca Vardy released a documentary on how shunning destroyed her life, so Watchtower deleted the videos the day right after that.
What happened? Your balls drop off?
Only a handful of JWs got to see them. I already covered those videos in a previous episode, so you can check them out if you want. So let's just quickly screen through this madness.
If so, imitate Abel. Patiently rely on Jehovah. A haughty spirit may cause us to think, what's the harm in calling once in a while to chat? Maybe I can help the person come back to Jehovah. That is haughty thinking.
Wow, calling in to check on your family members is being haughty, apparently.
By showing patience and supporting the decision that was made to disfellowship our dear loved one, our loved one may come back. They may turn around. May we prove our love for Jehovah by being patient and respecting his arrangement for discipline, even though it's a difficult situation.
Has your family member been disfellowshipped unjustly? Just bend over and take it. Best life ever.
He also was a source of bitterness to his parents because of marrying pagan women. Esau gave no thought to his relationship with Jehovah or the effect that it would have on others. Please notice in the following dramatization how our brother faces a similar situation that affects his relationship with Jehovah and others.
You fight me on everything.
You're wrong about that. That is not true.
Yes, that is true.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not.
You know I'm trying to hold this all together.
I'm so tired of this. Every day the same thing.
Bah.
Fight. Argue. Bicker. Then silence.
Meanwhile, the global financial meltdown continues to plague stocks as market prices drop drastically once again.
Yeah, that's just another day at the stock market.
Suspended trading early in fears of a sell-off, and the European markets have begun.
30 years. And this is what it's come to? I just want it to end. We'd probably be happier divorced anyway.
Then do it, man. Oh wait, you're not allowed to.
We should just get a divorce. We'll probably be happier anyway. But the question is, would that really be in harmony with God's word?
Who cares about your personal happiness and quality of life? What matters is the opinions of Iron Age primitives who didn't know why the sun rose in the morning.
You don't understand. I need this by the end of the day, on my desk, or there's going to be some consequences. You know what? I've heard enough. Goodbye. Miles divorced about 2 years ago, and even remarried. He doesn't seem any happier.
Wait, what? You can't assume the example of one of your workmates represents the experience of every divorced person. There's plenty of people whose life improved after getting a divorce, and there's also plenty of people whose life is now in shambles. Surprise, surprise, people are not monoliths.
Marriage isn't easy. But I've become so impatient, so focused on my wants, my needs. Maybe the problem isn't who I'm with, but who I've become. With prayer, Jehovah's help, and assistance from the elders, I'm seeing the part that I need to play to improve our relationship.
Of course, no couples therapy is even remotely mentioned.
Our issues won't be fixed overnight. We're a work in progress. But we're learning to be more patient, more loving. And we're committed to working on it together.
This is such a simplistic way of viewing things. Are you drowning in an unhappy marriage? Well, divorce is not an option because Jesus, so just suck it up and be patient. Because a loveless marriage is way better than going against the opinions of a first century apocalyptic preacher.
Wouldn't you agree with me?
No.
In the following dramatization, notice one brother's reaction when things do not happen as in the time and in the way he thinks they should.
So, if there's no other comments, it looks like we're all in agreement. Mario will take over for Tomas as the field service group overseer. And I think that's the last item.
This seems to take place in a kingdom hall in Latin America. Why are they all speaking English?
So maybe, Brother Leon, could you offer the closing prayer?
Yeah. Our Father Jehovah.
Mario? Seriously? He's practically a kid. He's barely been serving a year.
Yeah, that's what happens when you recruit new elders right out of the crib.
We all love Jehovah very much, and we all want to do what we can in his service.
Sure, he gives a good talk. But he's not ready for this kind of responsibility. That's an assignment I definitely have the experience for. And now I'm stuck being his assistant? This is going to be a mess.
All these dramatizations have been really miserable so far. Is Watchtower's goal to discourage everyone?
When we're intensely occupied in the preaching work, yes, absorbed in theocratic activities, our joy increases and it puts us in a position to be able to rejoice with others when they receive privileges that we might seek.
Still disappointed?
Just doesn't make sense.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I think you'd have done great in that assignment.
Bitch, that
Thanks.
doesn't help one bit.
But give Mario a chance.
Okay. I will.
Oh, you think you've been treated unfairly in the congregation? Just bend over and take it.
With time, I saw exactly why Mario was being used like this.
I see the conchas on the table. This is definitely a Mexican household. You're not gonna fool me.
So I could see what Jehovah sees. And appreciate the privileges I do have.
Much better.
No, absolutely nothing changed.
There will be times when we'll be given direction we'll find difficult to obey. In the following dramatization, notice how our brother's patience is tested when he receives direction that displeases him. Please watch.
So, based on current direction from the branch, it seems best that we implement the adjustment that we discussed. Here's one approach we could take. Since
I'd never consider handling the situation this way. And when you look at the direction, to me, it could be interpreted a number of ways. We'll probably be right back here on his next visit, having to fix all this.
Oh no, an independent thinking person. That's dangerous.
Can I get your thoughts on something?
Sure.
The SEAL's direction. You've been serving for years. Does this approach make sense to you?
Just answer the man. It's a simple yes or no question.
In the near future, our patience may also be tested. To obey is better than a sacrifice. Perhaps we can illustrate it this way. Is oxygen, water, and food equally important to you? They're important, but are they equally important?
Yes, they are. You literally can't survive without all three of them.
We can live up to a week or more without food, a few days without water, but only a few minutes without oxygen. So of the three, oxygen, food, water, which is the most important?
They're all equally important.
It's clear. It's oxygen. Because without oxygen, we cannot live. And that's what Jehovah is saying to us here. He has a value system, a set of priorities. Yes, he values our sacrifices, but what he values more is our obedience.
Holy cow, what a shitty analogy. You could have chosen things like oxygen, a car, and a smartphone. They're all important, but oxygen would obviously be the essential one. You literally mentioned three things we need to not die.
If we do not cultivate obedience, we will not live forever.
Why does it feel like I'm being threatened by a mob boss?
As you watch the following dramatization, notice how our brother imitates Samuel, not Saul. Please watch.
Does this approach make sense to me? If I'm honest, no. In fact, I struggled with it through the whole meeting. That's why I just needed a moment to get my mind right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I had to remind myself of something. And this scripture came to mind. Read verse 22.
Look, to obey is better than a sacrifice, and to pay attention than the fat of rams. Okay, I get that, but maybe he hasn't thought it all through.
Well, you know, we all give our thoughts on the matter. And ultimately, the circuit overseer gave direction based on what he got from the branch office. I just had to remind myself that it's not about me or what I think. In fact, I just need to be patient, obey the direction.
The entire convention could be summed up in those two words: be patient and obey. Well, that was technically three words, but whatever. Jehovah, something, something, shut up and stop questioning our decisions.
The rest is up to Jehovah.
You're right. Thanks.
Trust me, I needed that reminder from Jehovah just as much as you.
I appreciate you sharing that with me.
Sure.
You have any plans on Sunday for service?
It's not easy to let go of our pride. The world will have us believe that what matters most is what we think, how we feel. But what we learn from Samuel is what matters most is obedience.
Could this possibly get any cultier?
When it comes to support Jehovah's arrangement patiently, even when it's not apparently in our best interests. When the following dramatization, notice our brother's patience is tested.
My wife had some plans with these other two sisters, so that'll be a good group. For our next group, Francis, brother and sister Kenny, and brother Hodges will be the next group. And that just leaves myself.
I love brother Hodges and brother and sister Kenny. But today, I just want to be with my friends. Besides, brother Madison just got here, and he'd love to be in this group. It's fine. When the meeting's over, I'll just make my own arrangements and jump in with my friends.
Be obedient, be submissive to those who are taking the lead among you, to the elders in the congregation. In other words, cooperate with the elders. So when we see the direction, the scriptural counsels of the elders as if coming from Jehovah, well then don't you think we're saying to Jesus that we see the arrangement, we see things his way, Jehovah's way, and that we're ready to support that? It tells him that. That's how we support him.
What if the elders ask you to do something that goes against the Bible? Who do you listen to then? My brain can't take this anymore.
Say, for example, you become aware or you become the victim of an injustice in the congregation. The elders have been informed. Now what? Now patience. These things take time to be resolved properly as per Jehovah's arrangement.
You can probably imagine how this awful advice can lead to abuse inside the congregations if elders decide to be negligent and not take accusations of abuse seriously. You just have to sit back and wait for justice to be done, apparently.
And we don't take things back into our own hands because it takes time. We want to give Jehovah's arrangements a chance, right? And once it's done properly, it's always for everybody's good, for the greatest good of all.
Yeah, tell that to the hundreds of CSA victims who waited patiently on Jehovah while the others just swept things under the rug. For the benefit of everyone, my ass.
Not that one, honey. It's the other one.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm so focused on what I want. I'm not considering what others need. These weren't the arrangements I hoped for. But what kind of example would I be setting? Or blessing would I get if I do my own thing?
It's mind-boggling the amount of control Watchtower wants to have over their members. This dude just wanted to go knock on doors with his friends. He wasn't like contemplating murder or something. Complete obedience is pushed even on the most insignificant decisions.
Brother Kenny, can I help you with that?
Yes, thank you.
These people should be home resting, not out in the hot sun bothering their neighbors.
You're welcome, Sister Kenny.
Thank you, Francis. My arthritis is acting up today. I think having you with us has answered our prayers.
Brother Kenny, I love working with you and Sister Kenny.
This is so fucking corny.
Jehovah's way is always the best.
Please pay close attention to Brother Mark Sanderson, a member of the governing body, as he delivers the talk, "When persecuted, we patiently endure."
How did you feel in 2017 when you heard that the work in Russia had gone under ban? Can you imagine? Our beautiful branch office was taken by the authorities. Our brothers and sisters all had their kingdom halls seized across the country.
Insane how the first thing that comes to Mark's mind is property investments. Forget the 170,000 JWs who had just lost the right to worship. Russia took all of our beautiful buildings. You greedy fuck.
I was standing in the courtroom when the judge read that decision. And I have to tell you, it was a sobering moment. But now here's a question.
The moment was so sobering that Mark just skipped right ahead. Oh no, a judge just stripped 170,000 people from the right to worship freely. Anyways, here's a question.
Even though it was sobering, was it completely surprising?
Not at all. Ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation has been slowly developing into an authoritarian state. Other religious minorities had already been banned. It was just a matter of time before Russia came after Jehovah's Witnesses. Anyone could have seen this coming a mile away.
Well, not so. Because the scriptures make it so plain to us that all true Christians must endure persecution. Now, I want to go through with you 3 scriptures. Let's go through them quickly. Here's the first one. John chapter 15 and verse 20. That's where Jesus said, if they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. Pretty straightforward, right?
So, when does this apply to the governing body exactly?
What about 2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 12? That's where the Apostle Paul said, all, did you get that word? All those desiring to live with godly devotion in association with Christ Jesus will also be persecuted.
First thing, Paul didn't write 2 Timothy. Second, that statement is a big nothing burger. Millions of Christians have lived their entire lives without persecution. Hell, some have even been the persecutors themselves. Does it mean that a Christian that never went through persecution was not a real Christian?
And how about Revelation chapter 2 and verse 10? It says, do not be afraid of the things that you're about to suffer. Look, the devil will keep on throwing some of you into prison.
This text was written for first century Christians who had experienced the harsh witch hunts of emperors like Nero. You know, being thrown to the wild beasts, torn to shreds and all that. The author of Revelation was probably not thinking of 21st century Christians living in a Christian majority country with laws protecting freedom of religion. You silly man.
So the scriptures make it very, very clear that all of those who want to be servants of Jehovah are going to experience persecution. And that's not just in the first century or today.
Now our friend Mark is going to tell us how persecuted JWs really are.
When persecuted, we patiently endure. Well, that's the whole answer. See, that's what these faithful ones learn to do. They learn to patiently endure the persecution that was brought upon them. Well, as of this year, 2023, our work is either banned or restricted in 33 different lands. This affects the worship of hundreds of thousands of our brothers and sisters who are just like you and me, just ordinary people who want to serve God.
33 countries where Jehovah's Witnesses are banned or restricted. I mean, that really is nothing special. Most of these are Arab countries where all sorts of Christian proselytism is banned. So although Christians are allowed to worship together without a problem in most of these countries, they're not allowed to convert Muslims. And since Jehovah's Witnesses are known for their proselytizing, of course, these theocracies are gonna limit the activities they can do. Mark makes it seem like these 33 governments have it out against JW specifically, but that's simply not true. And also, if Jehovah was really behind the preaching work, couldn't he find a way to overcome these obstacles? Well, I guess Jehovah likes to stay away from Allah's turf.
And as of today's date, May 13, 2023, over 189 of our faithful brothers and sisters are imprisoned because of their faith.
I don't want to minimize the suffering these incarcerated JWs are going through, but 189 members out of 8.5 million in prison, those numbers are really low. For every 45,000 members, one is in prison. And this is supposed to be the most persecuted group in the world?
If you want to keep up to date with that, go to jw.org and go to the page Jehovah's Witnesses Imprisoned for Their Faith. Those figures are updated all the time.
Alright, let's pull that up. 12 in Crimea, which was annexed by Russia from Ukraine. 27 in Eritrea, the North Korea of Africa. 112 in Russia, with 170,000 JWs living there. We would expect there to be way more people in jail. 9 in Singapore for refusing military service, and 26 in other lands, which is comically low because we're talking about huge countries like China, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia. Now, I'm glad these numbers are relatively low. I don't want believers to rot away in prison because of what they believe, but Watchtower tries to paint their religion as one of the most persecuted on earth, and the numbers simply don't reflect that.
Well, whether or not we're in prison, whether or not we live in Russia or we live here in New York, what's the situation for God's people? Well, as you watch the following video, just take notice of some of the different forms of persecution that God's people are experiencing.
Wait, why are we jumping back to the 1970s? That's like 50 years ago. You said we're gonna talk about current examples of persecution, Mark.
It's hard to explain a rage, of being angry that I was a witness. Because I didn't want to make him angry and make a fight. I wanted to have a good marriage, A few times I'd get up in the middle of the night and finish my Watchtower or finish studying for the book study in the bathroom. It was a safe place. I didn't have the nice family and you're bringing your kids to the hall and doing things with people. It felt impossible to be a good witness. If anybody called and asked for Sister Crosby, that was flipping the angry switch to my husband. On a bad day, I did feel sometimes like dying. Or it'd be easier to die.
Are we still talking about religious persecution? Because this seems like straight out domestic abuse.
Before I was baptized, based on my father's example and the Bible truths that I had learned, I believed that maintaining Christian neutrality was the right thing to do. That's why I refused military training. I received a 2-year sentence and was then transferred to prison. I thought I would meet other brothers, but in my location, there was not a single brother there. Living with inmates in a cramped cell, I often experienced emotional issues.
How many young men have lost years of their life in a prison cell, all because of some rules made up by a bunch of men in New York? The Bible never prohibits military service.
Слава, а ты в курсе, что яговисты ведут антисоветскую пропаганду? Слава, ну-ка встань.
During my school years, I experienced much pressure from the teachers.
Russian kid gets harassed at school because his mom chose to follow an American cult.
The search lasted 12 hours.
After that, Aliptina was taken to a temporary detention facility, and I was interrogated until 2 in the morning. I said that I had a serious illness, and therefore I needed to eat. But in spite of that, they didn't allow it.
For 4 months, we did not see each other at all.
It's crazy the amount of time and money Watchtower invests in recreating these persecution scenes, with just the right light, camera angles, choppy editing, and horror music. Persecution porn at its finest.
There are many different forms of persecution. Continue putting up. Well, in this case, putting up with what? Well, you know that brother who refuses to call on you in the Watchtower study? That sister who never says hello at the Kingdom Hall? That family that never invite you over? What are we going to do with all of those people? We just have to put up with them.
Yeah, you're forced to love people which irritate you and who you may not even like. Best life ever.
And it means, brothers, we have to learn that there are some things in life we just can't change.
Sure, but you know what you can change most of the time? The types of people you put up with.
What's the point of similarity between the imperfections of our brothers and persecution? We can't change it. And so what are we going to do? We have to learn to accept it.
Overlooking the quirks of your fellow cult members is not the same as being thrown into a prison cell. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, now, when we pull those 3 different verses together, and we maintain our fine conduct even toward those ones who persecute us and may treat us so badly.
Cry me a river, Mark.
As you watch the next video, take notice of how our brothers and sisters demonstrated patient endurance.
Every morning, I prayed to endure this test, and it helped me feel calm.
After one court session, as I was waiting to return to my cell, I met a young female prisoner. And she and I were talking about the name of God. And she said to me, Wait. I'm going to write the name on the back of this piece of paper so that I don't forget it.
We have no way of validating these stories, by the way. They could be a pure fabrication as far as we know.
О, это Багратян и тебя уже затащила в секту.
And this girl came out after the search and said, when the inspector searched me, she looked at the piece of paper and saw God's name. And I said to her, don't worry. Now, neither the inspector nor you will forget the name of God.
What? You could have gotten that woman into a lot of trouble. Also, it's suspicious that these people would have never heard of God's name. They live in a Christian Orthodox state. And wouldn't they know God's name after hearing about Jehovah's Witnesses? I call BS.
I prayed a lot to just do the right thing. And then I realized why it's in the Lord's Prayer to pray to be forgiving, because you don't always want to forgive the person, but we need to, we have to. And it works when you pray for help about that. Meetings and studying were my lifeline to Jehovah, besides praying. Just made me always feel like a witness. But assemblies were hard because it was just hard telling them. Just going made him angry. A lot of times I never knew what I'd come home to after an assembly or a convention. And I came home as usual. He wasn't there when I came home. There was 30 seconds. He just went in to go, and I pulled up and got out of the car. He had been waiting there all day for me because he wanted to come out and say something to the people that dropped me off. Probably not very nice. I think I always felt Jehovah's hand when I came home.
Always put up with your abusive husband, even if you feel your life is threatened. Forgive him no matter what he does to you. Watchtower once again encouraging women to stay with their abusive husbands, because you never know if you're gonna be able to drag him into your doomsday cult.
But I was determined to spend my time well. So I applied myself to personal study in order to progress spiritually. I prayed earnestly to Jehovah God. Jehovah God, I would be so grateful if you assign just one brother to my cell. Soon, 2 brothers were assigned to my cell. The 3 of us tried our best to fully enjoy the meetings.
So did Jehovah answer this dude's prayer by tossing 2 more men into prison?
At times, issues would arise among the brothers too.
Practically no one had any literature at home, so the meetings were the only source of spiritual food. We had 337 songs in our songbook back then, and I knew almost all of them by heart. So, when I got anxious or uneasy, instead of sinking deep into my thoughts, I simply hummed kingdom songs. I prayed earnestly and at length to Jehovah to remain calm toward the teacher.
Kids shouldn't even be preoccupied about this. This cult sucks.
Even though he scolded me or lowered my grades, I did not consider him an enemy.
We want to keep active in our worship of Jehovah. Did you notice in the video we just watched, Sister Bagration, what did she do? She kept on preaching when she was in the prison, sharing God's name with that prisoner.
Not even being imprisoned exempts you from turning in your monthly ministry report. The hamster wheel must keep turning.
Remember, brothers, whatever type of persecution you may have to face, Satan the devil is going to try to use it to make you terrified. He's going to try to get you to stop serving Jehovah. And if he can make you afraid, you may decide to ban your own worship of Jehovah. Don't give in to it.
I don't know, man. I've never seen Satan use intimidation on anyone. Not even in the Bible. The only one using fear tactics is you.
Don't give in to it. Refuse to compromise. Instead, recognize that we have nothing to fear. Jehovah God is on our side. And how many times have we said that Jehovah plus 1 is always the majority? Isn't that true?
Yeah, it's very easy for you to say. You don't have to fear for your freedom while you're hiding away in your lakeside retreat in upstate New York.
You know, when we were in the courtroom in Moscow, we had been sitting there. The court hearing had gone on for hours and hours. We'd just been sitting there. There'd been no break. Suddenly there was a break. Now, you probably know about Jehovah's Witnesses. We don't go anywhere without food. You know, that's who we are.
Yes, Mark, I can see that. You finally tell the truth for once.
So, you know what happened? Just as soon as a break came, here comes brothers with boxes of sandwiches. Where do you get sandwiches in the Supreme? I have no idea. But anyway, here comes the sandwiches. Now, the brother starts handing them out to all the brothers and sisters in the courtroom. And of course, right in front of me, there's someone who's obviously a KGB agent. And so I went like this, you know? And so the brother said to the man, would you like a sandwich, sir? And he, no. Oh, please, have a sandwich. No. So, fine, okay. So, you know what happens when you start eating? Everybody's eating, and all those aromas are traveling through the air. I noticed this man, he's going like this, you know. And so the brother walked up to him again. Sir, please, have a sandwich. Man, okay. Now, what's the point? You see, it's not always in huge things, even in small things. We show that we are not conquered by hatred when we do kind and loving things even to those who persecute us.
Well, that was a nice gesture, I guess, but JWs were still banned in the country, so what was the point of that? I mean, you didn't conquer the evil with the good, you just gave a man a sandwich. Also, Mark, the KGB was dissolved back in 1991 with the fall of the Soviet Union. That officer was probably from the FSB, which is like the successor of the KGB, but not really the same thing. They're different entities. Maybe you should lay off the donuts, Sandy, and pick up a history book.
It seems to me like you're an expert, Mark.
Those people who are persecuting us, they can change. They can even become our own Christian brothers and sisters. Now, you can read these stories in the Watchtower. There's many of them through the years.
It's crazy how even in this small act of kindness, Mark had the ulterior motive to convert the guard. It's never kindness for the sake of kindness.
That could happen to you. You could have that experience by not becoming resentful and bitter and retaliating to someone who may be persecuting you.
Imagine if the governing body took their own advice in regard to apostates. Instead of demonizing us and calling us mentally deceased, they instead show us love and respect.
Got him!
Well, let's watch this final video and see how our brothers and sisters benefited from their patient endurance.
Some people might think, well, we'd have a better marriage if I stopped being a witness. Because people stop studying because their husbands are opposed. Well, how do you feel about Jehovah?
He's not my favorite character.
What do you think? How does he feel?
Who cares?
If you depend on Jehovah for the help, he'll give it to you and you'll feel it. It builds your faith. And you know that you just got through something. You can't believe you just did that. It actually happened and you know that he helped you. I continued to be a witness. I could be a witness. It really happened.
Wait, so did she remain married to her abusive husband? Or did Jehovah just give him a heart attack?
The endurance I learned back then has also helped me maintain a happy and peaceful family life with my wife and 2 sons, even when problems occur in the family.
Yeah, I think all of that could be achieved without having to waste years in prison.
In prison, I learned that I had to wait on Jehovah and treat other prisoners kindly. And so I was always ready to witness to them.
Jehovah helped me understand that this was not a time for self-pity, but a time to think about others. When you're busy with the kingdom work, time flies by very quickly.
This obsession with staying busy just freaking kills me.
In the mid-1990s, my wife and I came to visit our parents. So one day, on my way to the store through the park, I saw the same history teacher at some distance. He lowered his head and was about to cry and said, "Ivan, I have caused you so much trouble, and yet you came to me and addressed me so kindly."
What this old history teacher didn't know is that he would soon be destroyed at Armageddon.
From this incident, I learned that it is important to always understand whom the real source of persecution is. Not people, but Satan, who uses them as a tool.
Yeah, no, it's definitely people who cause all this suffering.
So, brothers and sisters, we can't forget these ones that are in prison. We want to pray for them and beg Jehovah to give them the strength they need so that they can be faithful. And at the same time, as the Apostle Paul counseled us in 1 Timothy chapter 2, we want to continue to pray concerning kings and those who are in high station. And why? Well, Paul said so that we can go on leading a calm and quiet life with complete godly devotion. So that should be a part of our prayers.
Alright guys, let's pray. Daddy Jehovah, please show us your strength and stop Vladimir Putin from slaughtering all those innocent civilians in Ukraine. We know you're totally real and will answer our prayers because Mark Sanderson said so. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Did anything happen?
Well, what have we learned in this discussion this afternoon? Yes, we are going to be persecuted. We're not shocked by it. We're not surprised by it. But just as sure as the fact that we will be persecuted, We are not going to compromise. We are not going to retaliate. We are not going to be bitter or resentful, but instead, through our patient endurance and with the help of our wonderful, our amazing God, Jehovah, we will come off completely victorious and we will gain the prize of everlasting life.
The Christian persecution complex, it's very real, but in the case of Jehovah's Witnesses, it's completely blown out of proportions. Yes, it sucks that 189 JWs are imprisoned. Yes, I hate that Putin is a total piece of shit, but at the end of the day, this is Mark Sanderson using the suffering of Russian JWs to scare his audience. He said it himself, all JWs can expect to be persecuted at some point in the future. Watchtower has been exploiting its Russian members for years now, for dozens of propaganda pieces with high production value and dramatic music. The message is clear. Give your very best to Watchtower, Jehovah, right now, so you're able to survive the persecution that is just around the corner. But the thing is, this is not the reality for most Jehovah's Witnesses. Most JWs will never face real religious persecution. Sure, they might be ridiculed for their unorthodox beliefs, but that's nothing like being thrown in a jail cell. The thousands of Christians who are actually being persecuted in places like North Korea and China are not even Jehovah's Witnesses. Take that as you will. But Mark Sanderson, being the cult leader that he is, will never pass up an opportunity to stoke up his followers into a state of fear. Because when people are afraid, they will never dare to get off the Watchtower hamster wheel. Our Lord has appointed his trustworthy slave through whom he gives food in due season. What, are we praising the governing body in our songbook now?
What do we learn about the prophets? Well, they may have been spiritual giants, but they were human. Well, notice in the following video how Elijah patiently persevered despite that opposition.
When Jehovah defeated the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, I knew he was with me. I felt strong. And then suddenly I was running for my life, hiding from Jezebel, feeling more like a frightened child than a prophet of the Most High God, praying to die.
Elijah, the most suicidal prophet in the Bible. Best life ever.
But Jehovah took care of me.
Well, I guess they didn't have the budget to animate an angel this time.
Just as he had done so many times before. And later, he reassured me that I was not alone. I never was. There was more work to do.
This is one of the most epic stories in the Bible, where Elijah hides in a cave and God puts on a whole show for him with earthquakes and fire from heaven. But instead of using their talented CGI artists in Bethel to animate this, they just turned on a fan. Lame.
And that meant facing my enemies again. But Jehovah had been teaching me all along to wait on him.
And now what do you think? Why do we need patience, like Elijah? Well, because we face opposition and persecution too.
The Elijah of the Bible had to run for his life because Jezebel had killed off all the priests. Meanwhile, JWs are getting tax exceptions from the government. You sure use the term persecution very loosely.
Well, notice in the following dramatization how a couple who are studying the Bible cope with persecution.
Tell me more. Well, here's the thing about patience, my brother.
Hey, look, it's Winston, the same old man we covered a few weeks ago. I thought he would be just thrown into the trash like every other NPC in this program.
You're gonna need some right now. Because this story goes back more than 60 years.
England is a place of change. Over the past decade, thousands upon thousands of immigrants have arrived in our country from overseas.
Lucille and I were like many others who had come from the islands during those years, looking to start a new life. We lived with Lucille's brother who came here long before us. He was so good to us. He helped us find work and made us feel right at home. Until we started studying the Bible, that is.
These people twist the Bible to say whatever they want.
Edwin, they are good people who just want to help. That's it.
I've warned you about these people before. They may seem good, but remember, what tastes sweet in the mouth can burn the belly.
Daddy always taught us to worship God. We worship Him in spirit and in truth. You know that.
No.
This is the truth, Edwin.
No, it's their truth.
Edwin, there could only be one truth.
Stay away from them.
Why can't you just say that, though?
Stay away from them.
Man, after leaving Christianity, I can't help but just roll my eyes every time I see this. I really don't miss the petty arguments I had with other Christians from other denominations, fighting over the meaning of some old book. Oh yeah, your version of Christianity is wrong, but my particular version is definitely the correct one. Ugh.
You give this up, or you find somewhere else to live.
This is, ironically, how many witness parents react when their children don't want to follow their religion. The double standard is sickening.
Winston,
Lucille. I'm so sorry.
Rory and Kate, the couple studying with us, kept saying that Jehovah would help.
Take off your coat.
And I kept saying, when?
Jehovah will help you, Winston.
I know, Rory, but what is he waiting for? I mean, if Jehovah really cares about us, why doesn't he help us? I'm not sure that we can keep doing this.
Do you know who felt exactly as you feel, Winston? Elijah. He said, and he began...
Rory helped us to see how Jehovah strengthened Elijah to face his enemies.
Jehovah helped Elijah by delivering Uber Eats through an angel. Twice. And he also performed that fireworks show for him in the cave. Poor Winston doesn't get any miracles or supernatural intervention. He's just supposed to take you at your word. I don't think Elijah's story is of much help at all.
Learning the truth meant we were cast out and had to find a new home.
Yeah, this probably rarely happens.
But Elijah learned to wait on Jehovah, and so did we.
So I looked it up, and this district assembly was from 1959. It was titled When God Speaks Peace to All Nations. Wait, isn't he supposed to destroy them all? So Winston has been preaching the same nonsense for more than 60 years.
Our district assemblies are near at hand. Provision has been made for baptism on the Saturday of the assembly.
Hey look, when conventions would actually have hundreds of people being baptized.
Look, Lucy, some bread and a gift from Rory and Kate.
From that point on, we didn't let anything stop us from coming to know and love Jehovah.
What a special memory.
Now, because of his patience, Elijah saw the day that Jehovah's judgment against King Ahab was realized. He saw that Jehovah does not let the wicked go unpunished.
Yeah, he does. Because he doesn't exist. Good thing we have the judicial system to punish the criminals inside your religion.
As each day passed, it got harder to watch. It was useless turning to our leaders for help. They served false gods. Judah had become a den of false worship, injustice, and violence. But Jehovah heard my concerns, and his answer to my prayer was clear. I needed to wait.
So Jehovah has been pulling off the same lame excuse for thousands of years, huh? Is your city infested with crime and violence? Oh, just wait on me. Micah, are you sure you're not worshipping a broken record?
These were not problems I alone could fix. But I still had work to do. I delivered warnings, yes, but I also helped others learn that Jehovah promised brighter times ahead. What I had the privilege to write down will help generations to come, knowing Jehovah will hear their cries for justice too.
Jehovah delivered Jerusalem from crime and violence by using the Babylonians to violently destroy the city and kidnap its citizens? Wow, what a loving God! The speaker then proceeds to remind us that this world is full of hatred and injustice. Twice.
Well, we live in a world that is full of hatred and injustice. That's how we might feel in this world full of hatred and injustice.
And how will Jehovah deliver this world from hatred or injustice? By violently destroying 8 billion people. Makes complete sense.
So how can we cope? Well, in the following dramatization, note how Winston is patient like Micah when faced with injustice.
The arrival of so many foreigners had caused tension for many years.
Something new and ugly raises its head in Britain.
And by the 1960s, we were living in turbulent times.
Some of the gangs who break windows or throw bottles or burning torches arrive by car. Opinions differ about Britain.
This is an injustice! Look at all this! Should bricks be thrown through our windows? Just because we work here, Winston? Should our people be met with violence in the street? Just because of the color of our skin? You're just going to let them do this to you?
I want to turn the other cheek, Maxwell.
Why? So they can slap you again?
I love this comeback because it's so true.
You need to stand up. This is the only way. We can make a difference.
This weighed heavy on my heart. And then...
Hey, what happened?
It struck even closer to home. My Lucille was horribly mistreated at work because of the color of her skin.
And then he spit in my face.
Enough is enough. How much more of this we have to take? It's too much, Lucy.
It was hard not to dwell on every slight, every insult hurled at us for no reason. I couldn't quiet my mind until I turned to Jehovah.
Wait, are you talking about Jehovah, the same tribal war god who told Moses to codify slavery and who allowed his people to beat their slaves as long as they didn't die for 2 days? This Jehovah?
Putting trust in him rather than man was the only way we could endure.
You know, I realized something today. All this hatred, discrimination, it is only gonna get worse in these last days, Lucy.
So someone just spit on your wife because of her skin color. How is this any comfort? You're just gonna be like, oh yeah, honey, you have to learn to take this abuse because the Bible something something. And of course, she's just nodding along like a good submissive wife.
I found a verse for us. Micah 7:7. But as for me, it is for Jehovah that I shall keep on the lookout. I will show a waiting attitude for the God of my salvation. My God will hear me. Jehovah is the only one who can put an end, a real end to suffering. He hears our prayers. We just need to wait on him.
Winston, you are right. You are so right.
Look at that good Watchtower robot.
Instead of dwelling on every injustice, I let the ministry give me peace of mind.
What go on, Winston?
Everything Irie, Maxwell. It's been a good morning.
Is it good? You decide to do something, brother?
Yes. I know exactly what I'm going to do.
I'm just going to sit on my ass and do absolutely nothing while I wait for Jehovah to magically poof all the bad guys off the face of the earth.
Let me show you how Jehovah will put an end to injustice.
God damn, imagine if people like Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela were Jehovah's Witnesses. Old man Winston would have been lynched out in the streets by now. He did nothing to defend his civil rights, but he gets to reap all the benefits? Isn't that convenient?
Satan will test our patience.
And of course, they chose a black speaker for this. Just the cherry on top.
Daily we could be bombarded with videos and news reports of acts of injustice. These can appear right on our telephones. It's as if Satan is taunting us saying, yeah, I treat people badly, what are you going to do about it?
I wonder where this is in the Bible.
We know no human governments, no social movements, no protests can eliminate injustice, but God's kingdom can and will.
So the activists who fought for your civil rights didn't actually do anything. Let's see. How many times has God's kingdom fought for civil rights? Oh yeah.
0. And we are confident that we will face injustice because individuals hate the God we worship.
Oh brother, please. 4 billion people worship the same God you do, although in slightly different ways. No one hates your God. I don't hate your God for the same reasons I don't hate the other thousands of gods out there. The only reason you might get any hate is because your religion constantly infringes upon human rights.
Have you ever preached weeks on end with little or no response?
Yep, I didn't make a single convert during my 8 years as a baptized publisher, and I'm sure that's the case with most JWs now.
Imagine doing so month after month, year after year for 60 years. That was the patience of the prophet Hosea.
What a loser.
Hosea's wife committed adultery repeatedly and abandoned him.
Damn, can this possibly get any worse?
Then Jehovah requires Hosea to find her, to take her back, forgive her, and love her once again. That would require patience. Why would Jehovah allow Hosea to go through this? The reason? To powerfully illustrate Jehovah's own patience with his wayward people.
So, Hosea is told by Jehovah to preach to the Israelites, knowing very well that no one's gonna listen to him. Then he tells Hosea to marry the neighborhood hoe, and surprise surprise, she turns out to be a serial cheater. So Hosea is all sad and broken, but then Jehovah forces him to forgive the woman and pay 15 shekels of silver to get her back. All because he wants to make an illustration? Hey Hosea, I want to illustrate how much I love my people, and the only way to do so is to ignore your feelings and treat you like garbage. Damn! I never read this one in my book of Bible stories.
It hurt, but it wasn't a surprise. Jehovah had told me to marry Gomer knowing she would be unfaithful. Just as Jehovah's people were unfaithful to him.
Another shitty move from Big J.
Even though she left me, I knew what I had to do. Go once again, Jehovah told me. Love the woman who is loved by another man and is committing adultery. Just as Jehovah loves the people of Israel while they turn to other gods. But what I did was small compared to how Jehovah was willing to take back his people with open arms.
What's the lesson?
I don't know, man. What lesson could we possibly extract from this atrocity?
What does Jehovah want? He wants us to forgive like he does.
And couldn't he just have said it?
In the following dramatization, note how our brother is patient like Hosea.
The major cause of inflation at home, he argued, was rising world commodity prices, over which Britain had no control.
In the years that followed, Lucille and I were barely scraping by. But we had many blessings, including one named Terence.
Goo goo gaga, I'm a baby.
I begged Jehovah to help me take good care of my family. And that's when our patience was tested in a way we never expected. A friend came to me with a big plan. He said, "Let's work together, Winston, you and me. We'll get bigger jobs and earn more money in less time, Winston." That sounded like an answer to a prayer. So we put every penny we had been saving up into the new business. And then, not long after we started, he walked out on me, just like that.
Hey, he was just following Watchtower's direction to stay as poor as possible. That's why he bailed.
Instead of bigger jobs, I ended up with bigger bills and a lot of debt. And that wasn't the worst of it.
In tonight's reading, we're going to see how Jehovah...
You see, he wasn't just my friend. He was our spiritual brother.
I'm definitely disappointed that this episode was not about Winston's wife cheating on him and then Jehovah forcing him to forgive her. I mean, you want to imitate Hosea's example, don't you?
I don't know. Maybe I rushed into the whole thing. You know? Maybe...
No, you don't need to blame yourself. What he did to us was wrong.
He did apologize.
After how long? He turned his back on you, Winston.
The Israelites, they turned their backs on Jehovah, and he forgave them again and again.
Well, that is Jehovah. I am just Lucille Campbell. My heart is not as big as his.
Your heart is pretty big, Lucy.
But is it big enough for this?
I gotta love some forced forgiveness, am I right?
It wasn't easy to find the forgiveness in our hearts at first.
How you doing? All right, you're working hard.
But we found it. And it was worth the wait.
Now the speaker goes on a bit of a peace stroke.
Patient, patient. Show patience. Patient, patience. Active patience. Patient, patience. Patiently leaving the matter with Jehovah.
You know, in the following dramatization, note how Isaiah not only cared for his family's spiritual needs, but also his prophetic assignment.
5 simple words changed my life. Here I am, send me. And so I went to bring the light of Jehovah's message to a darkened world. But the nation refused to listen. It was a difficult assignment, but it wasn't my only one. Along with our prophetic work, my wife and I had another important assignment: raising our children to love Jehovah. Jehovah even told me to take my son, ExJW, along with me to deliver a message to the king.
So fucking irresponsible. At least he didn't ask Isaiah to sacrifice his son.
Nothing could diminish the joy of seeing our children grow to love Jehovah. Our strength would be in keeping calm and showing trust in him.
Isaiah's sons could have become Baal worshippers as far as we know, because the Bible never mentions what happens to them. More Bible fan fiction.
Did you notice in the video that Isaiah needed patience for both his prophetic assignment, but also his family responsibilities? So why do parents need patience like that of Isaiah today?
Yeah, because it's much harder to indoctrinate children now than it was in the Iron Age.
As time passed, things didn't get easier, but Jehovah kept us busy.
This Watchtower, it's really gonna help us.
We had the congregation, of course, and we were still working hard to raise Terence to love Jehovah in a tough environment. He was growing so fast,
all these significant events,
and we were doing our best. But you know, not all dangers come at you with a hostile face.
Nope, some of them come at you with a rubber face.
Terence, you're one of the best players in the school, which is why the county manager wants you to try out for the program.
Do what now?
It's to apply for the county youth program. I mean, Coach says I definitely have what it takes.
Listen, Terence, I know you love to play. I do too, but we live a different life. We can't let a game get in the way of more important
it's more than just
things,
a game,
you know?
okay? There aren't enough players who look like me on the pitch. But what if I can make a difference? You know, not just for the team, but for the community.
It was something we hadn't heard before. We didn't know what was going on inside.
Terence, where is all this coming from?
You guys just don't understand.
But it gave us a look at the man he could become without Jehovah.
A successful player? How about a pride to his community? Oh, where is this coming, son? I didn't teach you to think about stuff Watchtower doesn't approve of.
We created more opportunities to give him the time and space to express himself from the heart.
You know, like I said, I love the truth, and there's nothing that makes me even happier. But when I play...
You see all these weeds here? You want to pull one out, you pull it out, another one just pop out where it used to be.
So, if you see your son is not fully committed to become a Watchtower slave, take him to the forest and pretend to listen to him.
Wow, I didn't know all this about Isaiah.
He was busy as a prophet, but they served Jehovah together as a family.
So, are you gonna take me around to witness to the Prime Minister, Dad?
My son, I would be proud to take you with me anywhere.
Except if you're disfellowshipped.
Starting tomorrow morning for the ministry group, 9 a.m.
What a fanatical man.
So to review, we can imitate the patience of Isaiah if we inculcate the truth in our families.
Inculcate. Such a culty word. I've never heard it used outside Watchtower circles. Ugh, well, beautiful people, before you overdose on cringe there, I need to take a few seconds to ask you for a huge favor. You can imagine that watching all this propaganda and editing the videos takes a lot of my time and energy, but I would like to have a consistent upload schedule from now on, and that's where Patreon comes in. Patreon is the best way to support independent creators like me, because for only $1 a month, which is like the price of a cup of coffee, you gain early access to all my videos as soon as I finish editing them. Now you might think, Panda, how is $1 going to help this channel? Well, dear viewer, if enough people decide to support the channel, that makes a huge difference, $1 at a time. It helps me dedicate more time to producing these videos without having to worry too much about making ends meet. So please consider supporting me through Patreon, or you can also become a channel member here on YouTube. You get exactly the same perks. My goal is to hit 50 Patreons before the end of the year. You guys are the best. Now let's get back to our programming.
Have you ever looked forward to enjoying a theocratic assignment, a privilege of some kind, only to realize that you're not going to be able to? In the following video, note how Ezekiel patiently carried out this challenging God-given assignment.
I knew the life of a prophet wouldn't be easy, but who could have imagined this?
Well, boys and girls, this shows us that Jehovah has been giving his servants long, repetitive tasks since forever. This is the Iron Age equivalent of standing next to a literature cart, but somehow even worse. I wonder if Ezekiel also had to turn in a monthly ministry report.
I did all that Jehovah asked, to warn my people of the destruction to come. But this was not the assignment I expected. As a child, I dreamed of being a priest in the temple, like my father. Now that temple is just a memory. But it will not always be that way. Delivering these powerful messages of better things to come has been more than my commission. It's been my greatest joy and comfort. And I can imagine no greater privilege.
What happened? Did the CGI team just disappear from this project? This was the perfect chance for them to show Jehovah's chariot with all those creepy wheeled angels. Another fumbled opportunity. And all these prophets have been treated like crap so far. Elijah wanted to die, Hosea was forced to marry a promiscuous woman, Isaiah was forced to preach naked for 3 years. Oh yeah, they didn't mention that in the video, did they? And Ezekiel had to perform all sorts of silly signs, laying on his side for months, eating bread cooked over animal feces, and whatever the fuck this is. Jehovah definitely has a sick sense of humor.
In the following dramatization, let's re-enter the life of Winston and Lucy and notice how they cope with a disappointment, an unexpected disappointment in their life, not being able to pursue a theocratic goal.
Then we got 2 calls that changed our lives. The first was an invitation to become international volunteers. It was just what we were praying for. We couldn't wait to start. And then we got the second call. Lucy was going to need treatment right away. We were scared and disappointed. We turned down the assignment. We had to. We felt empty.
Wait, why would you feel empty if you have Jehovah?
All we could do was take it one day at a time.
How do I look? And before you answer, remember what the Bible says in Colossians. Do not be lying to one another.
You look beautiful, Lucy.
Yeah, this is like the only wholesome moment in the entire convention.
I was just looking in that mirror and thinking of Ezekiel. He had to shave his head too, with a sword, but for a very different reason.
Lucy.
Hey, at least Jehovah didn't ask you to run around naked for 3 years.
I'm scared. I feel like I've let you down. Jehovah too.
Lucy, Lucy. With your courage and determination, Jehovah could not be more proud of you. And neither could I. So let's keep giving him the best we can. Together.
Yeah, and hopefully he can hook you up with some acting classes.
None of us are professional actors.
What a disappointment. What a beautiful sentiment that is. Let's remember that Jehovah can and will bless us, no matter what the assignment that we have.
So then, why are we gonna strive to do more free labor for Watchtower if God will bless any assignment you currently have? Wait, am I asking the wrong questions?
What would you be willing to sacrifice to save someone's life?
That's an awkward question for our first date.
But why did Jeremiah need patience? Well, he had to make significant sacrifices for some 40 years. For example, he was a priest, he was a talented scholar, he had an associate Barak who had connections directly to royalty, but he could not take advantage at all of opportunities for riches or any kind of prominence. But beyond that, Jehovah actually commanded him not to marry or have a family. In fact, he's the only prophet to receive such a command in the Bible record.
Oh, it all makes sense now. No wonder Jeremiah was so close to his secretary.
So he had to be willing to sacrifice what he may have expected in his own life to save other lives.
Outside of these walls, prophecy was being fulfilled.
Bah.
Jehovah brought calamity on Jerusalem. During my confinement, I had time to reflect on my years of service to Jehovah. I was young when Jehovah called me to be a prophet to the nations, and he commanded me not to marry or have children during these critical times. Jehovah gave me difficult assignments, and I often found myself in dangerous situations.
Best life ever.
But every word Jehovah spoke to me came true. As the years passed, I saw the true wisdom of Jehovah's instruction. I have no regrets over the sacrifices I made.
How would you even know this? Jeremiah spent his entire life being mistreated in the gallows. He had more shitty assignments than Ezekiel. He saw his city burnt down and lived the rest of his days as an exile in Egypt. Hell, he even wrote the saddest book in all of the Bible. This sexually repressed prophet was probably filled with regret. And he should have turned down Big J's job offer.
Come on, Winston. They'll be here in a minute. And turn off that television.
It would be easy to become anxious.
It seems clear. A tough road lies ahead.
Is that my boy? That's why we were glad that Terence and his wife Jillian were serving Jehovah to the full. They had moved to where the need was greater, but they always made time to travel up and see their old parents.
So, we've got some news. I've been offered a new position at work.
Is that right?
Yep. They've offered more pay, though I'm going to have to make some adjustments. I might need to stop pioneering, but just for a while. But we really think this is the best decision, because it will help us to be able to help you.
Okay, sounds reasonable. He's following the Bible's advice to honor his parents. End of conversation, right?
What you saying now? No, don't make a fuss over us.
Mum, please, let me just say this. You know, you and Dad have given so much to Jehovah over the years. So if you haven't been able to put away much for the future, then please let us help.
Times are tougher than ever, and we want you to be comfortable. You have been through a lot, Lucille.
To hear you say that makes our hearts so glad. But you know, what you are doing in your ministry, now that helps us to lay our heads softly on our pillows at night.
Speak for yourself, dude. Your wife was already envisioning herself in a comfortable retirement, you asshole.
Yes, we lived a simple life. But it wasn't just a circumstance. It was a choice.
Was it really much of a choice if you're being constantly brainwashed to live on the bare minimum?
There were chances for us to do things differently. But we made serving Jehovah the most important thing in our lives.
We gave Jehovah our best, knowing that he would take care of us, not just now, but in the new world too.
And where is that new world, Grandma? I don't see it.
So Terence, Jillian, the day may come where we might need your help. But today is not that day. We still have some miles left to go.
Well, we'll pray about it. And I won't rush into any decisions.
I know, my son. I know.
I can't take it. Your son sounds just like you.
And what is wrong with that, Miss Lucy?
Nothing at all.
I bet there's thousands of parents out there who would kill to have a son like Terrence. Watchtower doesn't want its members to get comfortable even on their final years, just like an old, decrepit hamster being forced back on the wheel.
We know the things we are sacrificing now are simply being stored away for future use, because Jehovah has promised you and to me in Psalm 145 that he will satisfy the desire of every living thing.
So is Jeremiah going to get a few virgins for himself in paradise? Or is Jehovah just going to give him blue balls for all eternity? After what felt like an eternity of terrible talks, we finally arrive at the end of this long-ass symposium, with this talk given by a man with one foot on the grave.
The young man Daniel was included with the group that was taken to Babylon as a captive.
Yeah, not the most gracious of speakers.
I waited many years for us to return to Judah. Seeing my brothers and sisters return home to Jerusalem filled me with joy and broke my heart. My broken body was too old to make the journey. But how could I not be grateful? I've seen kingdoms rise and fall. And through it all, Jehovah was by my side, and he still is. Jehovah promised that someday I will stand again among God's people, and his promises never fail.
They never fail, like the handful of prophecies in your book that never came true. A book that, let me remind you, was not written in the 6th century Babylonian exile, but much, much later. Yeah, what an uplifting track record of fulfilled prophecies.
As I look through the entire audience now, and as I scan over it, many of you, dear brothers and sisters, are in the winter years of your life. And you have gone ahead and you have exercised patience for all of those years because you trust in Jehovah. And during that particular time, what happened?
I'll tell you what happened. None of your end-time predictions came true.
So you see, I had to learn to be patient. And it's only taken me a lifetime.
So there's no secret?
No secret.
This speaker seems very, very similar to old Winston. Are they the same person?
But I'll be honest with you, Thomas. After all these years, I'm still working on it. You see, I thought I had this whole patience thing figured out long ago. But then, I never thought I'd have to do this alone. I miss her every day. But there are no shortcuts. I just have to wait to see her alive again. And I pray to Jehovah, hurry up. I want to see my Lucille again. I'm still learning.
Hopefully we have acting classes in paradise.
Doesn't matter how old we get, we're still precious in Jehovah's eyes. And we can still be strong for him in our own way. But part of being strong, Thomas, is learning to wait on Jehovah. He'll do the rest. He always does.
Aw, this would be super uplifting if we weren't talking about a completely fabricated hope for the future. Well, what did we learn from this 6-talk symposium, boys and girls? Be patient when you're racially discriminated against, and by patience we mean sit on your ass and do nothing about it. When a fellow cult member goes back on his words and screws you over, you're forced to forgive him, And when your son offers to take care of you, stubbornly refuse to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Wow, Winston, you're such a shining example on how to live life. I'm sure following all of these tips will never backfire on anyone.
Wasn't this a beautiful, beautiful symposium? Going over.
Waiting is a common human experience. Take a number and wait for your number to be called, says the receptionist. You wait in heavy traffic. A pregnant mother waits for the birth of her child.
Yeah, I wait patiently for this religion to implode. Soon, Panda, soon.
A person waiting in heavy traffic could get all upset, switching lanes, honking his horn at others, or he could just relax and listen to our original songs or audio recordings.
Listening to the original JW pop songs is the last thing I would want to do during a traffic jam. That would drive anyone insane.
Was just around the corner.
A pregnant woman could count down very distressedly each day, focusing on her inconvenience or discomfort, or she could use the time joyfully in such things as preparing for the arrival of that newborn.
Yeah, I think that woman should better prepare herself spiritually because she's bringing another enemy of God into the world.
Look at that little enemy of God. But why should all of us want to be patient? Well, there are health benefits, for one thing. Also, it gives a good witness to onlookers. We are able to keep a good conscience. But the main reason is because Jehovah our God is a patient God.
How can an omniscient being even be patient when 1,000 years feels just like a day for him? God never has had to endure a traffic jam, and it shows.
At Jehovah's appointed time, he's going to rise up. He's going to sweep away this wicked world with a broom of annihilation, and he's going to usher his people into the new world.
Yep, totally not a doomsday cult.
Maybe you're experiencing chronic health issues. See, we all have our pains and plagues, don't we? And it seems like those pains and plagues are constantly changing and often going from bad to worse as we get older. It makes me think of the humorous story about the man who was having all kinds of problems. His good friend told him, he said, well, cheer up. It could be worse. So he said, so I cheered up, and sure enough, it got worse.
What is Looney Lett smoking?
Sometimes we feel just like that man in that story. But we commend you for not giving up, for your patient endurance, and we love you.
You know, I throw up a bit every time the governing body says we love you. I hope you're not watching this video during your lunch break.
Because you are continuing to patiently endure, the governing body loves you. Jehovah and Jesus, the angels, your brothers and sisters love you because you're not giving up. You're continuing to patiently endure.
So Jehovah loves you as long as you're obeying him, but the moment you don't, he just ditches you?
And we've come too far to give up now.
Hey look, it's the sunken cost fallacy. The more time you have dedicated to a belief system, the more invested you become in it, and the harder it is to admit you were wrong. It's such a classic fallacy.
You know, if we give up now, we're about like a marathon runner who ran 26 miles of the 26.2 mile marathon, but didn't run that last 0.2 of a mile. Wouldn't get the prize, would he? See, that would be sad. That would be the way with us. But we know you're not going to do that. You're going to finish this race. You're going to continue to patiently endure.
JWs are marathon runners, alright, but they're not running a course with an ending flag at the end. They're running in a goddamn hamster wheel.
Being willing to put up with others maybe whose traits perhaps annoy us. I mean, think about it. How many of your traits annoy Jehovah? How many of my traits annoy Jehovah? Don't answer that, but just think about it.
If there was a just and loving God out there, he would have struck your ass down years ago. God should have a commandment against being this stupid.
I'm not smart enough. We learned how to show patience in the family. With unbelieving relatives, we were cautioned not to try to overwhelm them with too much information all at once. See, be careful, be slow, just a little bit. If we're not careful, our approach could be like trying to give them a drink of water from a fire hydrant.
What a dumbass.
Whereas it really should be, give them a little sip from a small glass.
Yeah, you wouldn't want your family members to realize they're dealing with a high control religion. You gotta be more subtle than that.
And this video you're gonna look at is gonna review the more than 70 videos. Now that's amazing, isn't it? A video to review over 70 videos. And since the video you're going to look at is only 3 minutes long, the brothers had to really make some good choices as to what excerpts to include. But you'll see they did a good job. Enjoy this video.
Imagine you're a JW in the convention watching this. You've consumed hours upon hours of soapy operas and persecution porn. Your buttocks are tired. You just want to go home. And Stephen Lett tells you you're gonna be reviewing all the videos you just watched because apparently you're too dumb to remember basic lessons about patience. What a joke. But fuck it, Stephen. Take us through memory lane one more time.
Psalm 71:14 says, "But as for me, I will continue to wait."
Part of being strong is learning to wait on Jehovah.
And that takes real faith.
Our faith is not just a thought or feeling. We are absolutely convinced that Jehovah's way of doing things is always right.
And while we wait on him, there is a lot we can do.
When we are patient, we help each.
The funny thing is that this clip is from the shunning video that Watchtower deleted from the convention, but the geniuses at the editing room forgot to delete this little snippet from the last video. JWs watching this will be thinking, hey, I never saw this girl in any of the videos. Then they will do some research on YouTube, find my videos, wake up from this cult, and we frolic together in a field of poppies. Let me dream, okay?
Here's our prayers. We just need to wait on him.
You could have replaced these clips with any generic stock footage of happy people and it would have been the same thing.
What are lessons that we can really take home from this drama? Commit your way to Jehovah.
This year's drama, Commit Your Way to Jehovah, was inspired by the real experiences of real families. Worldwide, the number of people forcibly displaced by conflicts, violence, persecution, and other disruptive events has now passed 100 million, the highest on record.
Yes, because the human population is at an all-time high, and there are more refugee camps to keep count of people. Not surprising at all.
We must immediately and completely reject any compromise of our political neutrality.
This same radical command is what got so many JWs in Malawi killed in the first place, you asshole.
At first, Amani firmly declined Dunia's job offer because it involved membership in a political party. But later, family pressure and the lure of money caused him to waver, and it almost cost him his life.
More fear-mongering. Mark just can't resist himself.
We need to train our children to obey and trust Jehovah no matter what happens. When children are well trained, they can remain faithful even if they're separated from their parents.
Yeah, you gotta train your children just like you would train a puppy. Absolutely no difference.
Yet, as bad as world conditions are now, Jesus said they'll get worse than they've ever been in all of this world's terrible history.
What an uplifting message. Truly spiritual food at the proper time.
Strengthen your faith and trust by absorbing Jehovah's thoughts found in the Bible and by staying close to your brothers and sisters. You can count on Jehovah and our brotherhood to help you endure. And may your constant prayer be to continue walking in Jehovah's way right on into the new world where He will make all things new.
Shut the hell up, you Porky Pig ripoff.
That's all, folks.
Before we continue indulging in Looney Lett's wisdom, I want to take a second to thank all of you who have recently joined my Patreon and those who have become channel members. Making these videos takes a lot of time, so when you support me on Patreon, you help me make these videos without having to worry too much about keeping a roof over my head. For only $1 a month, you gain early access to all my videos and you help me keep doing this for years to come. My goal is to reach 50 Patreons by the end of the year, so please consider supporting my work. Thank you so much. Now let's get back to Stephen.
Yes, what a wonderful drama Jehovah provided. And that was done despite the challenges of producing it right in the middle of the pandemic. But Jehovah makes all things possible, doesn't He?
So He can help you film a drama in the middle of the pandemic, but He can't prevent His chosen religion from plateauing in numbers? Classic Jehovah move.
Now that first question, why has Jehovah been waiting patiently? Let's discuss two key reasons. Now the first reason, to settle the issues that were raised by the rebellion in Eden. What issues were raised? Well, one, is the one who bears the name Jehovah, is he really good, righteous, loving? Satan, in effect, challenged he's not. That actually Jehovah is bad, unrighteous, unloving.
Two things here. The serpent in Genesis was never meant to be Satan. That's just later Christians reinterpreting the story. In the original story, it was just a talking snake. Second, the snake never challenged God's right to rule or His love. The snake simply told Eve that she wouldn't die if she took from the fruit and that she would become like God, knowing good and evil. Which was actually the truth, because Eve didn't die, at least immediately, and she became like God, knowing good and evil. The snake never lied. This is Stephen injecting his own wacky beliefs into a Bible story about a talking snake, and families are broken up over this. It doesn't get sillier than this.
And that no one should want to serve a God like this. That's basically what he challenged. Now, if Jehovah would have just executed Satan when he rebelled, would that have proved him a liar? No. All that would have proved is that Jehovah is more powerful than Satan. It would take time, see, Jehovah knew, to settle that issue. In fact, if he would have executed him, it might have even planted in the minds of millions of the spirit creatures who were onlooking that maybe Satan was right.
So God restrained Himself from executing justice right then and there, allowing 6,000 years of unmeasurable suffering, all to prove a point to His spirit children? No wonder Stephen Lett is so morally bankrupt, because he worships a God who's exactly the same way.
Only time could prove what kind of God Jehovah is. Is He really righteous, loving? Is He a good God? And time would then prove the devil to be a liar and what kind of God Jehovah is, and would result in the vindication and sanctification of Jehovah's name.
Look, if Jehovah truly existed, then the thousands of years of human suffering we have lived through would show exactly what kind of God He is. A sadistic being, not only allowing immense cruelty, but also directly causing it, who doomed everyone to wither and die because of the mistake of two humans who could not have known better. The God you speak of is the very opposite of justice and love.
Now, here's another issue that was raised, and that is Jehovah the rightful sovereign of the universe? Is his way of ruling best? Now, Satan, in effect, said, no, it's not. It's no good. My way of ruling is better. See, and as proof, he could point to Adam and Eve. See, they rejected Jehovah's rule, and they chose my rule.
No, the snake never offered to rule over Adam and Eve. Hell, in the Bible, Satan is never in complete control of the earth. God is. If God wasn't in complete control, then he wouldn't be sovereign. In the Bible, Satan is just one more angel in the divine council, a dog on a leash. God never let Satan rule the world by himself, because we see in the Bible he constantly intervenes in human affairs. If the world is doing so bad as you say, you can thank God for that as well, Stephen.
But now a second key reason Jehovah God has been patiently waiting is to save as many of the offspring of Adam and Eve as possible.
Then Jehovah needs to learn how demographics work, because the world's population keeps growing exponentially every year, and the baptism rates are not keeping up with that growth. The longer God waits, the more people he's gonna have to kill come Armageddon.
Jehovah is very merciful. He wants to save people, doesn't he? In fact, 1 Timothy 2:4, Jehovah's will is that all sorts of people should be saved and come to an accurate knowledge of truth.
If Jehovah really wanted to save these people, he would, not bring Armageddon at all. Or at least, he would not base people's salvation on their belief system, which is something people have very little control over. Imagine an animal activist wanting to save as many street dogs as possible, but to do so, he sets a deadline where he's gonna kill all street dogs who are not in his shelter by the deadline. Jehovah is like that activist, but instead of stray dogs, we're talking about 8 billion human beings.
And by the way, among these 144,000 will be many who formerly were human women. So you, dear sisters, you can be sure your feelings will be fully understood by this heavenly government.
I'm dead inside.
If God trusts women enough to put them in charge of planet Earth, why are they currently not allowed to teach in your congregations? Are they gonna have to be submissive in heaven too? And why are female anointed queens always portrayed as men in your publications, even though spirit creatures are genderless? Is your definition of heaven an eternal Kenny Rogers sausage fest? No thank you, just send me to hell, man.
But now notice also, he's taken steps to gather the things on the earth. That is, those who will live on the earth. Those that have the earthly hope. And especially in our days and in the final part of the last days.
Again, are you fucking kidding me? This is like the 4th time you say that phrase, Stephen.
Jehovah's been gathering these ones who will survive the Great Tribulation and will form the foundation of the new earth. And if you know anything about building, the foundation's really got to be strong, doesn't it? Because on these ones that survive, billions of resurrected ones, you could say, will be built, will be added to. So Jehovah has been training, teaching, educating his people, especially these final part of the last days.
5th time.
To survive the Great Tribulation and to take on this tremendous work in the new world.
So paradise is just going to be 1,000 years of conducting Bible studies. Good luck fitting that in your schedule, along with your obligatory work in the fields, growing food for billions of resurrected people. But at least the 8 billion corpses rotting in the countryside will make for some rich, rich fertilizer. Suddenly the Kenny Rogers sausage fest in heaven doesn't seem so bad after all.
But now here's another thing Jehovah's been doing, and it's closely related. He's been progressively organizing and training his people. Now notice, this is not describing this upgrading of materials. It's not describing going from bad materials to good materials. No, from good materials to better materials. And that's what's happening in Jehovah's organization. See, the way Jehovah's people are being cared for and organized continues to improve, doesn't it? Continual organization adjustments, and we could discuss many of these, but you've read about things that have been done over the years, and very instrumental in this upgrading has been our theocratic schools that have really educated Jehovah's people. I mean, we have some schools, don't we? Think about it. We have the Theocratic Ministry School, School for Congregation Elders, Pioneer Service School, School for Bethel Service, School for Kingdom Evangelizers, Watchtower Bible School of Gilead, School for Branch Committee members and their wives, School for Circuit Overseers and their wives. We are a schooled people, aren't we?
And despite all your fancy schools, your conversion and baptism rate has not recovered since COVID. You are such a schooled people that as a religious group, Jehovah's Witnesses rank rock bottom in terms of household income in the US. What the hell are you teaching all these students of yours? How to be poor and how to suck at making disciples? Where can I sign up for these classes, Stephen?
Instead of iron, I will bring in the silver. Didn't say the governing body would do this. No, Jehovah is doing it. The governing body is merely a tool in the hand of Jehovah.
Yeah, you're absolute tools. Finally, something we can agree on.
Now we do know he has set a day and hour for the end. Matthew 24:36. That day and hour, it's set. It will not be altered one day sooner, one day later. But he controls things so that everything according to his will and purpose is accomplished before that set day that he has. And you could describe some of these interventions of Jehovah as like time levers. What do we mean? Well, the flood, for example. If Jehovah, and you got to really think about this, if Jehovah had brought the flood 100 years later than he brought the flood, think about that, 100 years later, that would mean that humans undoubtedly would be 100 years less advanced in badness. True? On the other hand, if Jehovah had brought the flood 100 years earlier than he did, then undoubtedly humans would be 100 years further advanced in badness. And probably by now they would have killed themselves right off the earth, see? But that lever, where it was put, was very important.
I had to play that clip in its entirety, guys, because Stephen just dispensed some new light to us. This is monumental. The all-knowing, eternal sovereign of the universe employs time levers to make sure his timing is perfect, because humans will apparently blow themselves up any second now. And Jehovah made sure to wipe off billions of living beings in a flood at just the right time, so he can once again wipe off billions of people off the earth, but this time using fireballs, before humans have a chance to do it themselves. Time levers. Makes complete sense.
Oh my God. I get it.
Another example, confusing the languages at the Tower of Babel. If Jehovah hadn't done that, man's advance, his speed and badness, undoubtedly would have been much faster, wouldn't it? But it cut them back, slowed them down.
Yes, because humans were making a tower that would reach to the heavens, and God was kind of intimidated by this, and he did a reverse Duolingo on them, so the tower was abandoned. What, you're saying it sounds ridiculous? I'm just repeating what the Bible says.
Think about yourself just for a moment. When you see a loved one suffer tremendously and then die, it's horrible, isn't it? It's heart-wrenching. I know personally, I watched cancer slowly squeeze the life out of my father, and then a few years later, my mother. indescribable, heart-wrenching pain.
Yeah, and you also saw how your nephew took his own life after being disfellowshipped for being gay. And then you released a talk shortly after talking against homosexuality. But you're never gonna talk about him, are you, Stephen? You're just a soulless piece of wood, just like the deity you worship.
But at his appointed time, which everything indicates must be very near indeed, he will stop our suffering. And he will even completely undo and permanently undo any scars, any pain, any effects of the suffering that we've experienced. But now what do we need to do in the meantime? In the meantime, we need to endure along with Jehovah, as Jehovah endures.
Jehovah endures? Are you kidding me? Humans endure. Humans are the ones being abused, killed, sold into slavery, they fall sick, they experience grief, they break into pieces. All of that while Jehovah sits on his heavenly throne, far away from any suffering, watching every abuse that happens every second of the day, listening to every prayer and call for help, and still deciding to do nothing about it. Sorry guys, I know I crapped on this God a lot today. You might be a believer watching this, I'm sorry, but this God character absolutely blows.
Tens of thousands of honest-hearted ones are coming into the truth, they're dedicating their lives, and they're getting baptized. I mean, just yesterday, we had 4 baptized. Would you like to welcome these 4 new ones?
You are celebrating 4 baptisms, and in the first in-person convention held since COVID. Conventions used to have hundreds of baptisms decades ago. Truly, Jehovah is turning silver into gold. He's speeding up the work in these last days of the last days.
And you think of the value of one life. See how happy we are that Jehovah's patience has benefited these 4 who were baptized and many, many more like them.
Around 385,000 people were born today. So by waiting one more day to bring Armageddon, Jehovah just doomed 385,000 people while saving 4 of them. Do the math, Stephen.
Bah. Goodbye, little sheep. I'm willing to wait until the end of my life or to the end of the soul system, whichever one comes first. And to all of you who would give that answer, we say, good answer. And that answer will never lead to disappointment. So we're confident that you're going to have that attitude, you're going to keep preaching, you're going to keep being realistic in your expectations, and you're going to keep trusting in Jehovah.
Yes, boys and girls, you're going to keep spinning in that Watchtower hamster wheel until your tiny hamster lungs explode. Best life ever.
But now, let's watch our final video of our convention, which shows brothers and sisters who have been serving Jehovah while patiently waiting for decades. And this final video will also include the song that we will sing to conclude our convention. So enjoy this video.
This is it, guys. If you somehow made it through all 11 convention videos without losing the cringe challenge, hold on tight. You can't lose now.
It will not be late. Faithfully we wait for the dead to rise. Jehovah, you yearn to bring them back to life. Working by your side, sharing what is true. We use our time well, it draws us close to you. Father, we long to see paradise come to be. Give us us the patience to wait. We know your day will come, sure as the rising sun. No matter how long it takes, it will not be late. Father, please help us to wait.
How do you feel about this way of being instructed? Well, undoubtedly.
We made it, boys and girls. We are finally finished with the 2023 convention rebuttals. What a journey it has been. We've endured terrible acting, horrific pieces of advice, awful music videos, and propaganda which could euthanize an adult elephant. We made it. Give yourself a pat on the back. Go pour yourself a shot of Macallan's whiskey. We have to celebrate this milestone. But before you go, don't forget to comment the exact moment you lost the cringe challenge, and don't forget to subscribe for future videos because I have a lot of fun projects coming your way. This channel is possible thanks to the generous support of my Patreon community and YouTube channel members. You guys are the best. Take it easy, guys, have a wonderful day, and stay away from the tower.